there so that attended. And yeah, let's go ahead and I'll share my screen. There we go. So today is Thursday, which means it is PSH Rapid Rehousing Day. We need to have I was thinking maybe a fun, like Taco Tuesdays, but PSH Rapid Rehousing Thursdays doesn't really have that same ring to it. Yeah. So we'll just go into it. All right, let me hide some stuff here because there's a lot of stuff going on. All right, get that out of the way, and then we'll go ahead and we'll log into community services. And I'm going to go ahead and shadow somebody. That way we're not going through the system as well, Sky. So I don't know, Denise, what's your favorite rapid rehousing permanent supportive housing provider?
I don't know all of them just yet.
I'm gonna use Jorge again. I think I saw him in the chat, and I've seen to use him for all of the other stuff. So I think Cecil has a rapid rehousing project. So we'll go ahead and
absolutely
dig into that. All right. So yeah, when you log into the system, it does land you on your homepage dashboard. So just be aware, you guys should all be familiar with that, but pay attention to the system news, the agency news. There's definitely good updates that get posted there when things change and whatnot. So it's going to start by going into the clients tab here. And this is going to allow you to search for a client. Make sure that you're doing a thorough search. You don't want to create a bunch of duplicate clients. If you do have a duplicate client that you discover in the system, make sure to reach out to your system administrator, which would be Oliver, and provide him with the client ID number. You don't need to send all of the client's sensitive social security and date of birth and all of that. Client ID works just perfect.
However, in the event, if there is a difference in social security number or date of birth, just identify with the client ID which one is correct.
To use date of birth on client number 1. Yeah, that's a good point, because sometimes those do differ.
Yeah.
I know Oliver has a kind of a report that allows him to analyze both client records to see if it truly is a duplicate or not. And if the information is different, he needs to know which one to carry through. All right. So it may drop you on the summary tab here. So for Jorge, it does. The summary tab is nice. It gives you a summary of what's going on with the client's record. So you can see the demographic information, that date of birth, race and ethnicity. We'll talk about that in a second. And then the tabs below. Oh, we have some people. All right.
Come on in.
Sorry for being here late.
No worries. Traffic was crazy. Oh yeah,
no worries.
Oh yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, it's on the street.
Very cool.
So this is Denise. Hi, Denise. Nice to meet you. Part related. Oh, thank you. So if you guys want to give notes.
Yeah. Getting that thing.
Right.
You got it fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're just getting into a client that we're talking about kind of general workflow for rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing projects. We're using our good friend Jorge kind of as the example. We're trying to get them on the owl. Also, there is an owl in the room, so when you talk, it's kind of weird. They'll pick up on you talking, or just making noise. So just be aware of that. All right. So back into Mr. Norris's record. It is worth noting that these tabs that you see displayed right here can be customized per your agency. So if your agency doesn't do shelter or doesn't have an emergency shelter, you can actually remove the shelter stay tab. If your agency does goal planning or case planning with your clients that you document in the system, and that's something that you want to see, we can add a tab here. And you're able to see the case plans and whatnot, just like you see kind of this summary information for households and ROIs and shelter stage and measurements and all of that good stuff. So yeah, summary just gives you kind of a quick summary of what's going on with the client. You have the client profile. This is the one area that you can modify the client record information. So this is one thing where this information really should be captured as part of the record creation. But sometimes, and especially in the case of like outreach and whatnot, you may be unable to capture all of that information right off the get-go. So if you do need to go in and correct missing data, such as like social security number, or maybe there's an alias that you wanted to put in there, this is the area that you'd want to go in to modify that information. And so yesterday there was actually a really good question about social security. So I just kind of want to touch back on that. If the client does not have a social security number or refuses to give you the social security number, if you were to leave the social and the data quality blank, so as select or data not collected, those are essentially the same. What ends up happening is it pulls into the reports as missing data. And so ideally that's not what you want, because that's just saying that you never even asked for the social security number. So if the client doesn't have one and they tell you that they don't have one, or they don't know it, or they refuse to provide it to you, the best course of action is to actually go in to the data quality field here and mark client doesn't know or client prefers not to answer. That way, it doesn't look like it's necessarily missing, but it rather recategorizes it into that client doesn't know, client prefers not to answer. Still not the best case scenario, right, Oliver? I mean, best case scenario is they are willing to share the full social security number with you, and that's what you put in. Next best case scenario, if that doesn't work, is maybe you get partial social security number. Maybe it's the last four. And then you would mark approximate or partial social security number reported. But if they do refuse or prefer not to answer, definitely it's better to mark one of these options than to just leave it completely blank.
What if they are undocumented?
That sounds like they don't have a social security number. And that seems to me like it's probably they don't know it.
Thank you.
Or they prefer not to answer. So in that case, I think it's just whatever one kind of feels better at the time.
I probably just said client doesn't know.
Yeah, that's what I would probably go with that one. I mean, both would be kind of applicable to it, but yeah. All right, so that is the one area. It should also be noted that don't ever change data back. So if there is a social security number in here and they come into your organization and they're like, I don't want to give you my social security number, don't change a valid social security number to like missing data or a client doesn't know or client refuse. So you can just keep that information that's already collected in there. And I think one of the advantages of having an HMIS system, one, and having a shared HMIS system is that you don't have to necessarily ask the client the same thing over and over again. You can just kind of verify that the information is correct. So with a lot of times when I was doing client intake, I'd just say, hey, let's look at the screen. Is all the information accurate here? And the client would say like, yes, that's still how you spell my name. That is my social security number. That's my date of birth. I actually identify as just Black Hispanic. I don't identify as white. So, and that's where you would update because you do want to get the updated information for the client. So you can also access the client demographics here. This is one area where you can access this. You'll notice that these client demographics are also going to be found on your intake assessment. So when we get over to actually completing an intake for Jorge's rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing project, I'll show you and talk a little more detail about these, but if you did want to access that information here, you can open up the little pencil and you can see that information. Now, there are a couple changes that you may have noticed in the past 12 days to race and ethnicity as well as gender. With the new data standard changes, race and ethnicity moved away from a primary race, secondary race, and separate ethnicity field. And now we have this lovely kind of combo field called race and ethnicity. I think this is a great change from HUD's perspective, and I think WellSky did a decent job in implementing it. It is a multi-select here. So if a client identifies as Middle Eastern or North African, as well as Hispanic or Latino, you can select both. And you'll just need to hold the control or command key down as you're selecting the values to get both of them in there. Once they're highlighted, when you navigate away from it, you'll see that those are still kind of selected. They're not that bright blue anymore, but that's that indicates that they are selected. So very similar to gender before, where you can specify up to multiple genders or a bunch of different genders. So same thing. You'll also notice that the verbiage within gender has changed. This is not Oliver going in there and making changes nonchalantly. This is actually coming down from the HUD data standards. So they released some new changes. And so it went from male, female to man, boy of child, woman, girl of child. And then there's the culturally specific identity, e.g. two-spirited, transgender, non-binary, question, different identity, and then the same kind of client doesn't know, client prefers not to answer. Data not collected, just a reminder, is the same as leaving this blank. So whenever you see this data not collected, that is probably the last thing that you want to select, because that is saying you didn't even try to ask the question. And then you have some text fields in here as well. So if they identify with a race or ethnicity that is different from maybe what's specified up here, or a gender that is different from what's specified up here, you have these little text boxes to fill in, what they specify. All right. Also, it's worth noting that this client demographics area, this is going to show the most recent information. So you don't really get a history when you're looking at this display right here. If you go into it, then you can kind of open up the history and see how things may have changed over time. But yeah, when you're looking at this, if you're just popping in the client profile, taking a peek at this, it's always going to grab the most recent information for that particular client. There is a spot for a client profile assessment. So I typically either don't like to have a client profile assessment here, or if I do, it's typically associated with like contact information or something like that. Client notes, this is an area where you can document the client notes. These are general notes for the client. If you're doing something that relates more to like a goal or a service that you've provided to the client, there's more appropriate areas in the system to document those specific notes. But if it's just kind of general client notes, this is a great area to do that. File attachments. So this is a catch-all area for the file attachments here. So yeah, you can go through and you can see if you add a file attachment from ROI, entry exit, if you're attaching it to like maybe a disability sub-assessment because you have documentation of that disability, it's all going to show up under here. So this is the one area that you can go to see all the file attachments for that client. Incidents. So if you guys want, this is something that can be enabled for you. I guess Jorge doesn't have access to incidents, but and you can actually add incidents in here. So the incidents that you could potentially have are things like if there's substance abuse like on the premises, or if there's like a violent episode with the client. This allows you to go through and document any of those incidents that have occurred. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be like bad things either. I've seen a lot of communities use this to flag like allergies. So if you have like an allergy to shellfish or something, you can throw it in here as an incident. That way, you can see really quickly kind of what's going on with the client. All right, households. Let's talk about households for a little bit, because I know this was kind of a sticky topic over the last day or two. So your perfect scenario with a household is to just have one household under the households tab. You really don't want multiple households. And I should probably start by saying, if you have a single person, right, an individual coming in that's not part of a household, you don't need to do this. You can just skip right over the households tab, because yeah, they're not part of a household, so you don't need to associate them with a bunch of other people. But if there is multiple people that are being served by your project, you want to make sure that you're associating them together here in this households tab. And so if there is no household, so what we're gonna do through that, I'm in here as Jorge, forgot. If there is no household tab or no household displayed here, you can always search for an existing household or start a new household. And so searching for existing households means you're searching for clients that may already be part of a household. And then you're taking this client, Mr. Chuck Norris, and you're attaching this one client to that existing household. Starting a new household, this is going to be, you're creating a new household, and then you're going to search the system for other clients to bring back into your household that you just created. And either way, ends up with, a household being displayed under the households tab. Now, if you need to modify this particular household at all, you can always go into the Manage Household button. And it's going to show you all of the different household members that are currently part of this. It's also going to show you any previous household members. So you can see testing client test was at some point part of this household, but they left on 10/11. If this client needs to rejoin the household, you can always do so by clicking the little back arrow. This will allow them to rejoin that particular household. If you need to add or delete household members, you can do so using this button that says add or delete household members. I will say it is extremely rare that you'll actually delete a household member. So if you go in here, you do have the ability to actually delete the household member. But what's going to happen is it's going to delete that relationship with them, but it's also going to delete some of the history of them being in that household. So the only, use case scenario where you use this is if you've accidentally added somebody that should not be part of that household. They were never part of the household. In that case, you can come in here and actually delete them. That way they were never part of it. If you have somebody that is just leaving the household, that happens, right? They have a couple family members together, maybe the dad leaves. You can indicate that by clicking on this little red circle with a minus in it, and this will remove them. It'll have them leave the household so that it's not being displayed in your household selection panel. You're not going to see them as part of these active household members. And it'll move it over into the previous household members, just like what happened with testing or testing client test. So that is definitely something that could happen. Now, I would say if you do leave a household member in here and they're not currently part of the household, it's not really that big of a deal, because this is just the it's taking the different client records in the system and it's just associating, saying, hey, these people all identify as a household together. When you actually go to create the services and the entry exits and all of that, you're going to be selecting which specific household members are actually going into that program or receiving the service. And it's okay if you just don't select one of the clients, it's not gonna do anything too drastic. So for that reason, I think it's just kind of an easier workflow. If you have, you know, let's say a mom, dad, and two children, and they come in for services and you create this 4-person household and you document those services, and then a month later, it's only maybe mom and one of the children coming in for the service. You don't have to like remove the dad and the other child and then go and document that service. Just as part of that service transaction, as part of that enrollment into the project, just select the two that came in for services that day. It's, again, a much easier workflow than, you know, removing people and then re-adding people and removing them again and re-adding them again. It gets a little tricky that way. If you have a client or a household, I should say, that has a new client, so maybe Chuck Norris, Yogi Bear, the Incredible Hulk, and Neo Norris all get together and have a baby. You can always go into the add delete household member. And then down at the very bottom, underneath the current household members, the previous household members, you'll see a tab for add client to the household. And you can open this up and it's going to give you a client search. So what we are doing here is we're searching the system for those household members. Sometimes they may already exist in the system. So if we find that one, Chuck Norris again. Oh, all right, under there. Sometimes they may not exist in the system. So if they exist in the system, you can go through and you can add the client to your existing household by clicking on the little plus. And so it'll move them down under the selected clients and you'll click continue and it's going to add them in to that household. If the client that you're searching for does not exist in the system, you can add their information here and then add a new client with this information down here. What this will do though, is it's going to create a brand new client record in the system. So you really want to make sure that you're doing a thorough search before adding a bunch of new clients. And so we are on the live site because I did want to get into some reporting later. So I'm not going to add any, you know, fake clients to the live site. It's not good practice, but this does appear to be a test or somebody has a really funny name. So we'll go ahead and click continue. And you're going to see that now test is part of this household here. Now, a couple of things you'll want to do, the joined household date, you'll want to make sure to update that to reflect when this particular household member joined the household. And then if you want, there's this relationship to head of household. I will say this is not the one tied back to the data standard. So if you ever have an APR or a paper or whatever report that you're running where there's an error with relationship to head of household, it's not this. It's going to be the one tied to the intake form when you're completing the enrollment into your project. I know that's a little confusing, but all right. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, it's pretty much it for the households. I guess I did want to have this. So if you guys have questions, especially, you know, since you're in person and whatnot, feel free to ask them as we go through. I don't mind a little back and forth, so.
When you're adding that test client in, is there a way to tell if they're already in an existing household? Or would you have to?
Yes, yeah, great question. So when you are looking for them, you'll have this household count here. And so if there's basically like a 1 on it, it means that they're in a household. If there's like a 3, it means they're in 3 different households. So yeah, you'll be able to see like all the people that are in that particular household. So here, let's see if we can.
But you won't be able to see that until you add them in.
So if we do the search here, yeah, you'll be able to see it previous to that. So yeah, see how it's still there. So like this client right here, there's actually 2 households that they're a part of. These clients, they're not part of any household. This client's part of 1 household, even though it's a single person household, but, so, yeah. Yeah, and that's also something, if you see like your client and you're like, oh, they're already part of a household. Well, maybe if it's all the people that you're looking to bring into your household, maybe it'd be better to, if it's like a brand new household that you're trying to start, maybe it's better to connect them to an existing household rather than start a new one and then bring all the other people in. If all the other people are already in a household. But yeah, if you already have an established household and you're looking for them, you'd be able to see if they have that. And then once you get to this point, now all of these people are gonna be in this household up here. And if you see one that has a 2, it means they're in multiple households. So, yeah, really good question. Yeah, have your household history. So changes that occur, clients coming in and out. Sometimes that's helpful. Honestly, I don't use that very often, but you can also issue ID cards off the household tab. So if you're looking to issue ID cards from like the entire household, it makes it kind of nice because you can go into Chuck Norris's record, issue an ID card, switch to Yogi Bear's record, issue an ID card, go to the Incredible Hulk's record, issue an ID card. Yeah, what are there, any other questions? You have the chat up, right?
Yeah,
In case some come in that way too. Okay, perfect. All right, we'll move on. That little pop-up is an optional feature, so if it annoys you, that is something that can be removed. All right, the ROI. Does anybody know what ROI stands for in the room? Yeah, that's good. That's good. I was seeing who is actually part of like Continuum people, because the bankers, they'd be like return on investment. But for our purposes, it is release of information. Also, fun fact, I had this happen once where the ROI basically just said king. It's bright bizarre. And I was like, what is going on? Like their site is super buggy, like to where it's just displaying king. I would go on the back end to see if like maybe there was a way they changed the name of the tab. And it said king on the back end, no way to change the tab. So I actually submitted I'm on silent mode, why is that doing that? I actually submitted like a thing to our engineer, like, what are you guys doing? Turns out ROI is French for king. And somebody had their translate on like on the browser and it was translating the tabs here. So anyways, fun fact. Nothing you guys really need to know, but now every time you look at the ROI tab, you're gonna think king. All right, so yeah, release of information. And I should say, we are documenting the release of information right now, but this really should be one of the first steps that you take with the client. So before entering any information into the system, you really want to have the release of information signed by the client. That way, as you're creating households, you're filling in, the client profile information, it's in there. Now, I will say from like a workflow perspective, this is usually where the ROI kind of lands. And the reason for that is one, you need to have the client's record in order to put the ROI into the client's record, right? So that makes sense that we did that. The households though, typically I like to do before, because when you go to add a release of information, you now have this household selection panel. So you can select multiple household members and take that release of information and put it into all of their records all at one time. So it's going to save you a bunch of time. So that's why, yeah, the ROI is what, the 3rd or 4th step really in the workflow, but it really should be the first step that you guys capture.
Yeah. In real time.
Yeah, in real life. Yeah, and so if you have, you know, just two clients, maybe it's only Chuck Norris and Yogi Bear coming in for services. Again, you don't need to select everybody. You can select who you want to select. So if it's just Chuck and Yogi that you're applying this release of information to, just check those two clients. If it's everybody, you can go through and check all the boxes, or you can just check this one up at the top. This will check all the boxes here. You may notice that Chuck Norris's record, that little box is grayed out. That is because we are in Chuck Norris's record. So if you're in the client's record, it's going to gray out that box, because if you're adding an ROI for this client, it's just through their record, it's assuming that they should be included in this. So if that's not the case, and it's really like Yogi Bear or the Incredible Hawk, or maybe both of them coming in, but Chuck Norris has nothing to do with this, you need to make sure to navigate out of his record and into one of the other records. And there's a couple of different ways that you can do that. One, through the households tab, just find the client that you want and click on the hyperlink. It'll take you into their record. Or you can go into this little household switcher. I'm sure there's a more technical name for that, but yeah. And then you can say, all right, I want to go into Yogi Bear's record, submit it. Now I'm Yogi Bear's record. So if I'm adding the ROI, well, guess what? Yogi Bear is the one that's grayed out. So sometimes people kind of lose track of which client record you're actually creating the data from, right? All right, so yeah, we'll go ahead and say, everybody, your provider. So this actually has a multi-select in here. So you have your agency here. You want to make sure to do that. But if there's a specific project that you also need to go and do, so maybe this client's going into Sesh Rapid Rehousing, you can also select that as well. So you have the two values down here. Once you have your providers that you want to add the ROI for, make sure you exit. This is going to look a little different because it's the multi-select that's going on here. Was the release granted? Yes or no? The start date, so this is going to be the date that the release of information was signed. So if it's today, make sure that you put today's date. If it was signed yesterday and you forgot to put it in the system right away, make sure you put yesterday's date. And then the end date, so you can pre-populate this. It's going to be 3 years out from the start date. So quick little trick, just use the calendar picker right here. And then, yeah, just back one up, put in the new date, and you should be good to go. Documentation, so there's different options here. I would say signed statement from client is the gold standard. And then the witness is whoever is going to actually witness it on the ROI form. A lot of times that may be you as the case manager or the project intake specialist. Sometimes if you're just a data entry person, it may be somebody else who actually did the ROI with the person. From this point, we're going to go ahead and save the ROI, the release of information. And so you're going to see both of those get added into the ROI tab. Uploading the scanned copy of the ROI can be done by clicking the little binder clip icon. Or paper clip, I guess. It's not really binder clip. It used to be a binder clip. Now it's a paper clip. Yeah. So yeah, you go through add file attachment, and then you would see if there is any uploaded file attachments, you would see them right there. And then you can always access those files by just going in here. You can also go into the actual ROI, and in the upper right-hand side, you'll see that little paperclip icon here where you can upload a file attachment. You have an option to print off the release of information if you want. Yeah. And if you forgot to include additional household members, you can always include any additional household members to that ROI just through this area right here. Now I will say, per the HUD data standards, if a client refuses to sign a release of information, that is perfectly okay. It's perfectly okay. There's ways that we can lock down the client's records so that the other providers in the community will not see the information that you're collecting about that client. However, a lot of people I've seen, providers take it too far and they just don't put the information into the system at all. And that's not the case. You still need to add the client's information into HMIS. The only difference is that information, instead of being shared, because that's what this ROI is for, it's authorizing you to share the information with other providers. So instead of sharing it with the other providers, it gets locked in where only staff at your agency or your specific project would be able to see that client's information. So make sure you still put it in the system. Because if it's not in the system, you never serve the client. It's not documented, it never happened. All right, I'm gonna pause for a coffee sip and to see if there's any questions about ROIs or kings. Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on to kind of, I'd say probably the most important aspect of enrolling somebody into your project, which is going to be the entry exit tab. And so this is how we document that they're enrolled in your program or your project. And so under the entry exit tab, you'll see any history that they have. If there is a new enrollment, so maybe they're coming into your SESH Rapid Rehousing program, we can always add an entry exit through here. Just like with the ROI, we have the household selection panel that exists up at the top. So we can specify which clients we are wanting to enroll in this project. And so we'll go through and select the clients. If you have, parents and a bunch of children that are all being served, make sure that you include everybody. If it's just a couple of clients that are coming in, you can just select those couple of clients that are actually being enrolled into your project. All right, your provider. It's really important that you specify which specific project that these clients are being enrolled into. Because right now, the workflow for your community, we went to one where you basically just change the drop down off of your agency to a specific project.
It does vary for each agency.
It does?
Yeah,
Oh, so some agencies,
yeah, are very,
does anybody EDA?
interim does.
Interim, yeah, okay.
Interim does, yeah.
So yeah, if you're interim, there's an extra step. They have PSH Rapid Rehousing. I'm guessing, I think I saw Katrina on, so
Yes.
they're here. So yeah, if you're following kind of a special workflow like interim does, make sure that you EDA before all of this. The nice thing about EDA is it's going to default to whichever provider that you EDA for. But I know a lot of you just kind of keep it at the agency provider, and then you'll change it to your specific project through here. Now, some of you may see a screen similar to this. So Jorge, you'll see exactly this because we're shadowing you. This is because you have a lot of different providers, pretty much all of the providers at Cecil that you're managing. Let's see something. I bet we could clean this up for him. Get it?
He has children included, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's why there's all those inactives and stuff. But yeah, he also has access to like cars and cars DB and whatnot. So he'll have this this kind of search screen where he can search for things. There's some advanced options. So if he's looking for a specific like service code that a provider offers, like Rapid Rehousing or PSH, he can narrow it down that way. Some of you though, if you only have access to a couple of projects, instead of this search option, you may just see a little drop down here where you'll select from the drop down, select your project because there's only 2 or 3 of them, and then continue on. So for Jorge, we'll get in there for SESH Rapid Rehousing. Type. This relates to funding source. So if you're HUD, COC, ESG funded, you're going to select HUD. For coordinated entry purposes, you'll select HUD as well. If you have any PATH funding, you'll want to make sure it's like PATH. if there's any runaway homeless youth funding. Do you guys get RIDE funding or is it? Okay. And then if you're VA, so SSVF, any grant per diems or contract beds, you're gonna have VA funding. So satisfactory housing, we'll go ahead, I think that's HUD. And then our project start date. So we're gonna wanna put the date that the client is enrolled in the project. So for rapid rehousing and PSH, this is not necessarily the day that the client moves into housing. You're going to want to enroll the client when the client, one, basically like qualifies for your housing, right? Two, they want to be in your housing. And you're ready to kind of work with them. So a lot of times what happens is you'll have a project start date, client's not housed, but you're working with them to identify that housing and get them moved in, right? And so sometimes that's quick, maybe it's only a week, sometimes it's a little bit longer, it just depends on how effective those that connection can be made. All right. If you're entering data late, which you shouldn't be entering data late, but if you are, make sure that you put the project start date of when the client's actually enrolled in the project. Okay, we'll go ahead and save and continue. And we're going to see all of the different household members here. And so if you've forgotten anybody, you can always include additional household members at this time by clicking on this little button. If you've accidentally selected the wrong provider or the wrong type, you can always change that and click update here. Sometimes this happens where, not to jump too far ahead, but sometimes it happens where it's just normal Cecil. There it is, where they put in like the agency, right? They go through everything. I forgot to click update, I'm seeing an assessment.
Oh, typically, there should not be an assessment. That should be their first flag.
Yeah, that was my flag, knowing I forgot to click update is, so yeah, if you go in just as your agency, you'll still see all the people that are here. But when you get down to this point, Oliver has it set up to where you just don't see an assessment. And so yeah, it should be a flag. I could see people like, oh yeah, no data entry today. It's just on the lottery. But yeah, if you see this, something's probably wrong. You're completing an intake, you're enrolling a client into a project. And so you should be collecting information as far as that project entry goes. The other reason is the type. Maybe you've selected an incorrect entry type. And so maybe I selected RI or something. That could be another reason why I'm not seeing an assessment there. So yeah, if you see that, or if you do get to the point where you're like, all right, lucky me, I don't have to fill out any data. And then it comes back and you see, oh, this is my agency. You can always go back into the project start date here, continue on, and then change it up here to the project that the client should actually be in. Just make sure that you click this update, because otherwise it doesn't change this stuff down here. So click update, you're gonna see, oh, now I actually have my program UDEs, those universal data elements. And so now I can continue on and complete my intake as I should. All right. So yeah, let's go ahead and we'll talk about some of the fields that we're gonna see for rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing. So the first one you may notice, and this is a brand spanking new field, is this translation assistance needed. So with the data standard changes that went into effect on 10/1, HUD is requiring that you capture this particular field. And so there's actually a grouping of them. It's all of the, it's C4 if you're looking at the data standards. So if you answer no, then continue on as normal. If you answer yes, it's gonna pop up a couple of additional questions here. So I think as Oliver and I were working to implement this, we thought it made sense to have the translation assistance needed as the very first question. So if somebody does need help with translating the assessment and that intake, you can ideally get them connected to the proper resources to help with that. Yeah, so if they do, the preferred language, so this is a pick list that we've activated certain ones that we thought would be beneficial to the community. I think it's always open for feedback and whatnot. So if you see, or if you have a large population of whatever, people that are speaking whatever language, and you need to add that in here, definitely reach out so we can get it set up. All right. Yeah. And then if it's a different language, you can go through and specify that different language right there. I'm sure Oliver and I can probably run some reports and see if certain languages are still popping up, and then we can add them into the preferred language. It is kind of interesting, a little back end stuff is there was 360 different languages that we kind of sorted through to figure out what we thought the community would want there. So it is very thorough, and chances are if you have a language down here, we could activate it in the pick list. All right, let's go ahead and move on. So you have your enrollment COC, so that's your enrollment continuum of care. For you guys, it's really easy. It's just CA 506. So just always fill that out. You also have this new field, which is the enrollment county. And so there's a couple different choices right here, but this is going to help with reporting and us being able to break apart clients that are being served in Monterey versus San Benito versus Pajaro. Is that how you say that? All right. Pajaro. So yeah, anyways, new field, fill it out based on where the client's being served. All right, here's the big one, the relationship to head of household. So this is the one that if you're getting an error, it's because of this field right here. This is the relationship to a head of household that occurs on the client's intake. And there are a few scenarios that would cause an error to occur with this. And so the first is you have to have somebody in this household identify as the head of household. So if nobody takes that on and nobody's the head of household, you're going to get an error. And what happens on the APR and the CAPER and some of the other data quality reports is that it doesn't just throw an error for one person, it's going to throw it for everybody. So sometimes when you're looking at like the APR, you'll see this really large number of people that have issues with relationship to head of household. And it looks tedious and overwhelming, but it's really not, because once you correct like one, it's actually correcting, in this case, like all 5 of the client records. So, but yeah, so somebody has to be the head of household, right? You can't have more than one of household. So if you have 2 people that identify as head of household, they have to choose one and then document in the system. Yeah, that's pretty much, I guess that's pretty much it. Because there's not that many scenarios. So have a head of household, don't have more than one head of household.
Yeah.
And everybody else has to have some sort of relationship to that head of household. So don't leave the data blank. Don't leave it missing. And so sometimes it involves kind of popping back and forth between the client records. So typically what I'll do is I'll go, I'll save it, and then I'll look at some of the other household members. Oh, assessment. So I'll go into like Yogi Bears. And so he's head of household child. Then I'll go into this. So this would throw an error because the Incredible Hawk also identifies as head of household. So I would need to make sure that, all right, well, which one of these clients is the head of household? And then whoever isn't, so maybe the Incredible Hawk's not, we would want to change to a value other than that. Oh, we got a lot of stuff going on with the Incredible Hawk. So couple fields that are missing, so this might be a good one to go through. All right. Date of birth, gender, race, and ethnicity, we already kind of talked about those. Notice how they are part of this intake assessment as well. So make sure that they're accurate at the time of intake. If something here is not, so if the client, when they're coming into your project, they don't identify as Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander and Black, make sure that you're updating this information to reflect what the client is reporting. All right, then we get down into this contact information right here. I think this is just good information to capture, but when you kind of feed this back into coordinated entry, it's really, really important, right? So if you have clients that are, and maybe not necessarily for every housing, permanent housing, because you're taking them out of coordinated entry, but yeah, good information to have nonetheless. And so if you wanted to add a client residence here, you can go through, add the client residence. You'll have the street. The city. So we're on Tampa Bank of America. State. Address quality, the start date and end date. So these are fields that are used for reporting purposes. So basically you align the start date with the date that you want the information to come in. And then keep the end date open. Now, if this address is no longer valid, instead of like deleting everything or changing everything, you can just simply put an end date in there. That way we know it's no longer a valid address. And then there's a bunch of additional information. So if you want to capture landlord information and whatnot, I think for, like scattered site, PSH and rapid rehousing, this could be really, really helpful information. Because I think part of what you do is help kind of mediate with landlords and whatnot if issues do come up. So yeah, it's really good information to have. So go ahead and save that. All right, last permanent zip code. So this is actually an older HUD field, but a lot of communities like it to see kind of where clients are coming from. So fill that in. Then you have your current client's phone number and email address. Oh, that's not a phone number. Just randomly typing without looking at what I'm doing. All right. So now we get down into living situation. And so we have our prior living situation here. So this is a super important field because you can see it's kind of broken down into, homeless situations, institutional, temporary, permanent, and then others. If you're operating, like rapid rehousing, where you're funded to serve persons experiencing homelessness, and you have people that are in their own rental by client, and that's where they're coming from, you're probably serving ineligible clients. So it's really important that you pay attention to what's actually happening here and what you're selecting, so that you're selecting an appropriate answer for, I guess, your funding source, right? And the project that you're operating. And be aware, previous answers exist. So just because this is complete doesn't mean that it's accurate. So you really want to make sure that you're going through, looking at it and asking the client these questions. Where did you come from? And if it's the same, all right, that's fine. You don't have to change it. But if it's different, you need to make sure that you're updating it. So yeah, we have prior living situation, the length of stay in the prior living situation, approximate date this episode of homelessness started. And so I think the key word there is like this episode. I think it was Katrina, right, that pointed out yesterday that you don't want to be asking, when did your homelessness start? Because the clients may interpret that as like, when was the first time I became homeless? And they might go back, well, back in 1995, there was a week where I slept out on the streets, but then I, lived with my aunt for the next 10 years. Well, you're not wanting to get that 1995 date. You're wanting to get the date that the current episode, that this episode of homelessness started. So, and if you are unsure ever about how to ask some of these questions or why you're asking these questions or valid responses and guidance on this, there is a lovely tool available. There's the C4 translation assistance, called the HMIS data standards. And I know this may look fairly intimidating, and it's definitely very long, but it breaks down every single question that you guys are asking here. And it gives you a bunch of great information about it. So like prior living situation. So it's giving you like why you're even asking this. Who is it collected about? So it's actually only collected for the head of household and all adults in the project. As far as the funder components and collection points, it's all components, all project types, and it's only collected at project start. So that's why you don't see prior living situation as part of the interim update or the exit assessment. And so you could see it gives you exactly what you should be doing. So I'm not going to read through all of this, but definitely know that this is a resource for you guys. There's a little workflow charts here. I mean, it's very in depth, and so it has great guidance on everything. So look, approximations are permitted. So if they don't know the exact date, they just know it was sometime in January, you can go in and put in January 1. All right. Yeah, and a couple other questions. So regardless of where they stayed last night, number of times they have been on the streets, ES, safe haven in the past 3 years, including today, and then the total number of months. And so a lot of this will factor into whether the client is experiencing chronic homelessness or not. So it's really, really important that you're collecting this as accurately and completely as possible.
Katrina has a question, and then Bertha had a question about DV, but she left.
Oh, okay.
I'm just assuming it's about like locking down DV clients, which we were gonna go over.
Yeah. So if you have a DV fleeing client, hopefully you've identified that prior to like putting information in the system and you're at this point. There are ways that we can limit visibility so that other providers, and really even specific projects within your agency, it won't be able to see that information. So yeah, we could definitely put visibility restrictions on like DV clients.
Yeah.
And I would recommend following whatever the local kind of policy and procedure is for making that happen.
And then Katrina has her hand up.
Oh,
Hey,
Katrina.
Peter, can you please reshare the circumstances that resets that homeless start date, such as the 90-day institutional rule and couch surfing and those things, just so everybody has the idea of like what that actually means with the most recent episode and how to ask those questions?
Sorry, you were kind of low volume. Could you repeat ask?
I'm okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no. It wasn't you. Our owl was like turned way down, so we couldn't hear anything.
Oh no
So
worries.
we turned it up, and now we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. So can you please reshare the 90-day rule on how that resets the homeless start date with institutional settings and jail, and then also reshare, couch surfing and how those things impact that start date? Because what's happening is then they are going back historically and they're missing these gaps where they're considered housed, and then they're becoming chronically homeless.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there's that. So when you're looking back in time, basically it's 7 consecutive nights. Also, kudos to you yesterday because you nailed the exact time on that. In any permanent or temporary housing, it wouldn't be broken, so that look back period, so if you stay a night on the friend's couch or whatnot. But you were in an emergency shelter prior to that, and an emergency shelter after that, that's not the break right there. And then same with, institutional stay of less than 90 days. So if you go from emergency shelter to jail for a couple of months and then are discharged, that doesn't break it. And definitely recommend if kind of going through and looking at the data standards, because I'm really just reading it right off of this, so straight from the source.
The other thing is about when a client pays for their own motel and how that impacts their qualifying as being homeless during that episode.
Yeah, so you have a kind of situation where if you have a provider that is paying for a hotel, is actually technically classified as emergency shelter, right? So that doesn't have any effect. But if the client is paying for their own hotel motel, then that becomes a problem, because if it's over, 7 days, then that would break that episode of homelessness. So yeah, definitely.
Is that 7 days for that motel, or is it any payment? And also when a family member or friend pays for their motel, I believe that also resets it, and I believe that's any given number of nights. But if it's different in there, please correct us.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just looking at this guy, right, permanent or temporary housing situations. So whether it's, I guess sleeping on the couch with friends, or, paying for your own motel, if it's like one night, I don't think that's gonna break it.
Okay,
And
can you
then-
revisit that? Because I understand that if they are able to afford to pay for their own motel, that they're not considered homeless.
Yeah, let me look back at this. See if there's anything specifically about hotels prior to.
Okay, thank you. And that was my last question.
Yeah, and I can always double check with our compliance officer just to make sure that we're getting accurate information. Probably should start at the top and read down, but yeah, I can do this. I'll read this during the break, or if anybody else wants to read it and find exactly where it specifies hotel motel. But yeah, I mean, if you have a project paying for the hotel or motel, it's typically considered emergency shelter. If you're paying for it, it's not a homeless situation. But at least from what I am interpreting this, the data standards as is, if you're doing it for like one night, it's not necessarily going to break that episode of homelessness either. So I'll look through this, so we don't have that training where I'm just reading the data standards by myself. And I will definitely let you know, after our break.
And then Christina, you have a question?
Hi, yes, I do. So when I'm entering a client that's new and their prior living situation was incarceration, when I click that, the drop down for yeah, so when did the homelessness begin is not there, and it's coming up as an error on our end. So my question is, what am I doing wrong, or do I just put it place not meant for habitation?
So yeah, so when you have the prior living situation here, it does kind of change the required fields that fall after it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like this one determines initially kind of what we're seeing here. And then if we do like jail, If it's one night or less, then this automatically populates like basically yes, right? Because the length of stay,
Right.
and then if it's no, then it populates that. Oh, I see what you mean.
But it's
Project.
coming up as an error when they run the report. So it's like, I don't understand why it's coming up as an error.
Okay, which report are you referring to? The APR paper?
Let me see if my supervisor could chime in on this one. Eve?
He just left.
Oh, okay. So I will get clarification on that, but I do know that it was coming back as an error and I didn't know how to correct it other than putting it back to place not meant for habitation.
Okay, yeah, we could definitely investigate that. So it's when you select this, approximate date is flagging as missing.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. I wonder if
Thank you.
maybe 252. But that should have logic in there where it would flag, not necessarily as missing, but it would kind of like what it does with like children and whatnot,
Yeah.
where it doesn't even count it. But yeah, good question. Yeah, we'll make a note of that and see, because I did want to run a couple reports, and we see if we can replicate that. Or if you have, if you know which report it is or can find that out, maybe we can run it for your provider and see if we can replicate it.
Okay, yeah, because I have about, I think 4 or 5 individuals right now that this is pertaining to.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
We have another question from the chat. Who determines what it means to be / definitions of homelessness? Who determines? Sorry, Anna.
Who determines like, yeah, I mean, HUD. Oliver does.
You're not home.
No. Yes, no, yes.
You are home.
Yeah, it's all based on HUD's guidance and whatnot, so.
Hey, Trina.
Hey, I think that maybe the question should also be asked about what determines when they become chronically homeless. I know that that's been a question that our staff have asked, kind of what to look for, especially when filling out the outreach paperwork and needing to get the additional cert.
Yeah, so chronic homelessness, there's a couple of different things that kind of go into that, right? So you have first of all, this is how I always think of it, right? Where is it? Your assessments are all different down here. Disabling condition. So disabling condition, if this is not answered yes, then do not pass go, right? So they have to have a disabling condition. And then once that occurs, then we're looking at these questions right here. And so one of them, I think there's a couple different ways it's calculated, but one of them is the approximate date that this episode of homelessness started. And it looks at this particular date and then compares it to the project entry, if you're calculating it at project entry, or the current date, if you're calculating it that way. And if it's greater than 365, then it flags them as chronic homelessness. But then there's other logic down there as well. So or you've had 4 or more times in the past year, or this equals 12 months or more than 12 months.
Question and actually an ask to help our staff, because they don't know when clients are chronically homeless, and then I'm having to go back and run reports to find this. Is there any way to put a triggered alert when they become chronically homeless on the provider's start episode? This way our staff know and they save the record. I'm like, okay, this client actually qualifies. I need to go get this additional paperwork.
Gotcha. I think that's a great idea. And definitely something that I can submit to our engineering team. I had a kind of a recommendation of having like a read-only field that pops up here as well, that, you know, basically if you answer to where the client, that scenario, and those, you know, questions are answered in a certain way, that it pops up chronic homeless equals yes or no, basically. But it's not something that you fill out. It's something that's a read-only field.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. So it would be absolutely just an alert to let staff know that this client qualifies, and just something in red, something bright, so they know that they need to go out and get the additional paperwork before it becomes more challenging to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
To be chronically homeless, you need to have a disability.
You do, yes. Yep.
And then Jacqueline has a question.
Hi, good morning. Hey, Tyler, can you go back to your example where you said something about you used the example of 1995 if you were living, I think you said, on the streets, and then you moved from the streets to your van. You don't use 1995 as an example. Can you kind of, I was a little bit lost there.
Well, yeah, sorry, not necessarily van. So if you're in a place not meant for habitation and you move to like another place not meant for habitation, like a van, or whatnot, that's not gonna break that episode of homelessness. But I was using the example of like when I first became homeless, it was back in 1995, and I was on the streets for like a week. But then the following 10 years, I lived with my aunt or like family, right? That would break that episode of homelessness. So you wouldn't want to put the approximate date going all the way back to 1995. You'd want to look at, you know, the later episode, like this current episode. Does that make sense?
Can I give one more example of that? I think that's probably a little bit more realistic for what we're running into, is where a client has been incarcerated for more than 90 days, and they get out and they said, oh yeah, I was homeless starting back in 2001, you know, but they forget to include that they were in jail for more than 90 days. And so it would actually be the first date that they were released from jail and back out on the streets that would be their homeless start date.
Yeah, much better example.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, any other questions in the chat?
Oh, no, not the chat yet.
Okay. Good. Yeah, let's talk about income and and income sources. So with the sub-assessments that we're about to talk about, there's four kind of big ones. One is the source of income, source of non-cash benefits, disabilities, and health insurance. Each one of them has a corresponding yes/no question, and that's what we're looking at right here. So it starts as, does the client have income or not? And so we'll want to answer yes or no here. And then we move down, and the sub-assessment is what this big old thing is called, really specifies what is the source of income, what is the source of the cash benefits here. And so the best way, it is my preferred way to look at it, is to go into the HUD verification here. And it's going to show me which sources of income they either do have or they don't have. Now, if you're working with a newer client and it's not yet been specified whether they have or do not have income, it's probably going to be over here on the incomplete. And then it's pretty simple. You just go through and mark, yes, they do have it, or no, they don't have it. You do want to make sure, though, that this, whatever you say here, matches up with what's going on over here. So if we say the client has income here and they do have income, we should have at least one of these sources of income being specified as yes over here. And so if you're updating clients' information, like what's happening here, you don't want to necessarily go in and just change like the dates or the no responses to yes responses, because we want to keep that history of what's going on. So let's say they have SSDI. And it's marked as no, but they report that they do have it as part of the entry into your project. So we're gonna want to go into the little pencil next to SSDI, and it's gonna pull the record that has that's producing this no value here. But again, we do not want to change this. We don't want to change this from no to yes, because if I were to just change that to a yes, what's gonna happen is it's gonna look like they were receiving SSDI going all the way back to 2021. And that would have a significant impact, not only on like your reporting, but you're also affecting other providers reporting who may have served that client prior to coming into your rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing project. So you never want to change the start date. You never want to just change this. Rather, we want to end this record set so that we keep this in the system. And so the best way to do that is to go into the little calendar picker and put today's date, and then just move it back one day. And we're going to, there we go. So 10/11/2023. And so now what we're saying is this client did not have SSDI between 12/10/2021 and 10/11/2023. So we're keeping that history here. And so I'll go ahead and save it. And you're going to notice that when I did that, it actually moved this over to incomplete. And the reason for that is we're looking at the income as of 10/12. So because we ended that one day earlier, we now have, we have to specify, do they have it or do they not have it? Now, if they didn't have it, you wouldn't need to end that. You could just let it ride, right? Did we get a question, Desiree? But we said that they did have SSDI, so we want to go in and we want to make sure to mark yes here. When we do that, we can specify the monthly amount. SSDI, it's going to default to yes, and then our start date is going to align with the date that we're creating this update on. Now, another thing that I've seen happen that you do not want to do is to go and change this back. So if somebody said, all right, well, yes, I have SSDI, but I started receiving it, 4 months ago, you don't want to go change this start date back because it could affect other projects that the client was enrolled in at that time. Now, ideally, information is always up to date and whatnot in the system, and it all kind of vibes, but you definitely don't want to change this start date back. All right, yeah, and so for reporting purposes, starting on 10/12/2023, this client is going to have, yes, they are going to have SSDI in the amount of 445. And so a good way to look at this is through here, because this is going to tell you, all right, client doesn't have any of these as of this date, right? As of 10/12, and they do have SSDI. But if you wanted to look at a little bit more of the history, you could always click on the little magnifying glass next to the monthly income. And this is going to give you all of the different record sets that exist in here. Note that up at the top, you do have the ability to sort here. So if you wanted to group all of the non-cash benefit or not non-cash cash benefits together, you could do that. So you can see SSDI, there's that old record set. So again, between 12/10 and 10/11, they did not have this particular one. And then starting on 10/12, they do have SSDI. Now, had I just changed that, it would have looked like they had SSDI the entire time. And you really, really do not want to do that. So this is the proper way to update these particular record sets. And this same thing applies not only for monthly income, although I would argue like monthly income and non-cash benefits, those are probably the couple that most likely updated, but yeah. It applies to non-cash benefits. So there's none of them, you don't have to change anything, you don't have to verify anything right here, you just leave them how they are. It applies to your health insurance. So if they do have health insurance and we look in here and health insurance is not indicated, we would want to go through, we'd want to end the other record set, right? So go 1 day back. We'll save it. And then we can then specify either yes or no, which one they have. And disabling condition as well. So if they have a disabling condition, however, nothing is marked in here, we would want to end the no record set and put in a new yes record set. But we want to keep that history in there. All right. And the old one. If you ever have a scenario where you end the old one and it's still grayed out with a no, it just means that there's multiple open no's there that we're pulling into that response. Again, in a perfect scenario, you don't necessarily have that, where people are adding additional record sets for the same value that already exists in there. But sometimes it happens. So you just make sure to go into the other one and close that one out too. Yeah, and then we'll mark yes. So with some of these, income and disabilities are the two there is an additional question. So with income, you want to put the amount of the income. For disabilities, you have this particular field right here. So you want to make sure to fill that in and then save it. And then we'll go ahead and exit. One other thing on disabilities, if you are not just disabilities, these four sub-assessments in particular, if you see this HUD verification where it's not a little check mark, but rather it's a red triangle, what it means is one of these options is incomplete. And so we may have like mental health disorder. I'm just going to delete that real quick. So if I look in here, you see the little red triangle. If I go in here, it just means that that mental health disorder or whichever one was missing, one of them is incomplete. And so you would want to specify whether they have that particular disability or they don't have that disability. All right. We'll exit back out of there. And I'll show you, we'll do an interim update so I can show you how to kind of update these as well, which same process, just we'll get a little more practice with it. DV, so survivor of domestic violence. So if this is yes, make sure that you're filling in the follow-up questions here for this particular field. If it's no, then you don't have to worry too much about the follow-up questions. I will say, if you get to this point, the fleeing question, this ideally is identified prior to all of this, right? Employment information, so are they employed or not? Type of employment. And then if it's not, why are they not employed? Some education stuff, so this is going to be the last grade completed. And then you have additional profile information. So a couple things here. One is going to be your housing move-in date. This is a really, really important field for rapid rehousing and PSH. So you may have the client enrolled in your project prior to actually moving them into housing. Once they go into that unit, you're gonna want to document this housing move-in date. So when they actually move into housing, you're gonna come back in and put this date in here. Now, sometimes I know some PSH projects operate like this where they have the unit ready. So when they're enrolled, they can just go right into it. So sometimes that may occur on the same date as the entry. A lot of times, and I would say especially for rapid rehousing, it's not gonna necessarily be on the date of the entry into the project. It's gonna take a little bit of time for them to identify housing for them to get moved into. So if it's blank as part of this entry process, that is completely fine. And then you have some current school enrollment and general health status stuff here down at the very bottom as well. All right, you're gonna want to save or verify and save. The difference between these is verify and save is actually going to restamp the data field with your name and your value. So this verify and save will help with other projects entering data late and affecting your data. It's something we call data chatter. It happens occasionally, but the verify and save, yeah, basically when we click it, required fields. When we click it, not only is it going through and it's documenting the value that I put in there for the ones I changed, but it's actually like for like domestic violence, I don't think I changed that at all. It's restamping it with that value, but it's associated with my user and my provider. So, and yeah, the real reason that this works well is if you have certain providers entering data late, and I kept this in here, it would actually be pulling from like this value from back in 2018. And so if somebody came in prior to 10/12 and changed it, for my reporting for Cecil here, I would actually have a different value being displayed than what originally I saw on my intake assessment. And so if that happens now and somebody goes in prior to 10/12 and changes this DV survivor victim to a yes, well, once it gets back to 10/12, it changes it back to the value that I specified. So it's actually a really good feature. All right, once you do that, you're gonna wanna go through and complete the information for the other household members that exist. So make sure that you have all of your household members. I don't have anything. All right. You guys have quite a few required fields. That I'm gonna have to fill out, which are not great for training purposes, but they are helpful for you guys. You can usually tell they're in bold and they have the little asterisks next to them. So those are the ones I'm trying to hit real quick so that I don't flag an error. All right. First answer, that works. All right. So once you have it filled out for every household member, you can go ahead and save and exit. And you're gonna see that enrollment, oh, not that one, that enrollment into your rapid rehousing. All right, you see the client count here. So you can see there's 5 clients. If you accidentally forgot to enroll somebody, you can always go back to the project start date and include additional household members that way. So if we just forgot to enroll Tess Norris or Tess, we could definitely do that. You do have a case manager tab. So if you're working with the client, definitely make sure that you're putting yourself down as a case manager. It takes almost 0 time at all. You can just go through which clients are you case managing, click me. So remember, I'm shadowing Jorge. So we'll go through, add case manager, and you're good to go. I will say for testing, I think we were using Jorge pretty much the entire time, so he's in there a couple times. If he's already managing somebody, you don't need to put him in again. Once you're done case managing a particular client, you can go through and add an end date to this. That way, other people in the system that are accessing this client's record know that Jorge is no longer working with Chuck Norris. All right, let's talk real quick about interim reviews. So especially rapid rehousing and especially permanent supportive housing, we're gonna wanna make sure to complete interim reviews. So when do we complete an interim review? Well, it's whenever the client's data changes. And so a lot of times this may be for housing move-in date, right? So when you actually move them into housing, you're going to want to specify the date that they actually move into that housing. But also if they're like income or non-cash benefits change. So I think as part of, the case management, you're working with them to increase their income, get them connected to food stamps and whatnot. So it's really important that you document that stuff, because if it doesn't get documented, it never happened. And so going into this little interim column here, you can open this up. We can add our interim review, select the interim review type. There's a couple of different types of interim reviews that are available here. So I'd say either interim review or update. There's also a really important one called the annual assessment. And so for PSH rapid rehousing, you're actually required to complete an annual assessment if the client is enrolled in your project for a year or more. If they happen to exit before that, then you don't have to worry about the annual assessment. But if they are enrolled for a year or more, you're gonna wanna complete one of these. And the annual assessment needs to be done basically on the anniversary date of the project start. So if I look at my project start, which I can't see, it was today, 10/12. My annual assessment would be 10/12, 1 year out, 2024. And then you have a 30-day window prior to that to complete it. So that's the window that you want to have. That's how I always think of it. If you go outside of that window, if you do like 9/1/2024, it's not going to pick up that annual assessment. So you have to be within that 30-day window. All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and save and continue. And so you'll see if the enrollment COC changes, you'll want to change that, which it won't because it's just the one. Housing move-in date. So this is going to be one that I would say PSH and rapid rehousing. Definitely, you want to make sure that you're doing an interim review and documenting the housing move-in date when they actually go into housing. Income from any source. Again, this is something that could change. You might increase the client's income, or the client might increase their income. You might just help them increase that income. But yeah, as you go through, you'll want to make sure that your income from any source is vibing. And same with the HUD verification here. So so we have workers' compensation that's not in there. So we want to make sure this is being completed. And so let's say they're not receiving that. But we also want to double check the ones that are receiving, is it still accurate? So earned income, if I look at this is, it doesn't have any earned income. So we want to make sure that we're filling that in, first of all. So that would be a data entry error. What did that come off of? Off of me. All right. Interesting. I thought I filled that in. Did I just not fill that in? I didn't save it. Anyways, that should be in there, but even if there's a change in income, you don't necessarily want to just go in and change the income. Because if I went in here and just changed it, let's say it was 800 and I remove that and now I put 1200, what it's going to do is it's going to look back and it's gonna say they were receiving $1,200 right from the very start. So we wanna keep that record set in there. So if that was, let's say 800. Instead of changing it, we're gonna want to go in and end the record set. One day prior, right? Save it, and then it's gonna kick it back to incomplete. And we can add a new record set with the updated income amount. And so starting on 10/12/2024, they are now receiving the 1,200. So, and again, this is all about keeping that, that history of what's going on with the client. All right, and we can always pop in here to see our source of non-cash benefits. Oh, I did put it in there. No, so that one ended earlier. This on here is right. Yeah, I am.
So basically you need to end the cash at the end date and then start a new one? Is that kind of like?
Yeah, so you wanna put the end date so that it's saying like between, 2023 and 2024, they're receiving this amount.
And then, okay,
And then starting on, 10/12/24, they're receiving this new amount.
okay.
And so, yeah, what that's gonna do is it's going to, basically for reporting purposes, when I came into the project, this was the amount that was specified, and then, via the annual assessment, it's gonna look and say, okay, well, now this is the amount. And on like the APR and the CAPER, you can actually see that change, happen, where it's like, they were in this category and now they're in this category. Yeah, and so it's the same thing for health insurance or disabilities, if you're going in and any information has changed, definitely go in and make sure that you're updating that information. So I will say this current living situation and the date of engagement for rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, you guys never need to worry about this. These are fields that are for like street outreach, night by night shelters, and for coordinated entry purposes. And so when you're getting somebody enrolled in your rapid rehousing or PSH project, they've probably already been through the coordinated entry process. And so you're probably not creating this update for coordinated entry purposes. So, yeah, don't worry about current living situation or date of engagement. You'll save and exit. Now you have your annual assessment. You'll be able to see that annual assessment here, because it's marked with a little 1. And then, yeah, as the client progresses through the program, when they leave the project, you'll want to make sure that you complete an exit assessment for them. And so that can be done by clicking on the little pencil next to the exit. You're going to specify which clients that you want to exit. One thing I wish happened would be that it defaulted to having all the clients selected, but it doesn't. So just make sure that as you're going through in the household selection panel, check all of the clients that are exiting. Now, maybe if it is just one, maybe it's Chuck Norris exiting by himself and the other household members are still enrolled. Well, then you can just select the one, exit him. But more times than not, I would say probably the entire household's being exited. So you'll want to select everybody, your exit date. And so through the magic of training, we're going to have to go a little further out into the future. Our reason for leaving. And so you see all the pick list values that are available to you. And the really important one is the destination. And you may notice that this pick list actually aligns with not only your prior living situation, but also the current living situation, the CLS subassessment that's used by street outreach, night by night shelters, and coordinated entry. So it's the same pick list that is used for those. Yeah, so select the most appropriate response where the client is exiting to. And then, yeah, you have an area for notes. I definitely recommend if there's any additional information that you can put into the notes, something you definitely want to do. So say, hello, this is a note. Cool, all right. And you can also specify a subsidy if you want. So if you're getting them, or if you've gotten them connected with like Section 8 or whatnot, you can put one of those. And then you'll save and continue. And you have the final exit assessment. So if any other information has changed, this is your final opportunity to update income, to update non-cash benefits, health insurance, and disabilities. You'll save and exit, and now they are exited out of your project. All right, any questions? All right, so one thing for PSH is you have a moving on assistance. And so let's see, does Jorge have PSH?
Yeah, we don't have one. We don't have a piece.
Okay. No worries, no worries. Sorry, who needs PSH? Actually, a lot of people need PSH, so who's a good PSH provider? Interim has PSH, right?
Yeah, yeah, you can use Sandy Shores. They're a good one.
Sandy Shores, right? Yeah, so PSH, the workflow that we went through is gonna be the same. You're still gonna have to focus on housing move-in date, make sure that you get complete, accurate information. One difference though is you should have, hopefully you have, in the service transaction, a moving on assistance that is here. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna find, I'm gonna search for Sandy Shores, Sandy Shores. It's a nice name for a project. All right, and so yeah, you're gonna have your normal pick list for service types here. So whichever one that you want to specify. Sometimes it's helpful to kind of look at these pick lists and narrow down to only the services that you're actually providing.
Hi, Tyler. Regarding this, we have never been asked to enter services at admission for our projects, for our permanent supportive housing or transitional housing. That's why those have not been customized yet. So when did the services for permanent supportive housing and transitional housing become required at admission?
So probably a couple, oh, no, not at admission. Yeah, we're not, so the one I'm kind of focused on right now, it's called moving on assistance. Here, pull it up. So it's C2. And so it's required for HUD COC projects, but it's permanent housing. It's only for the head of household. Yeah, and it's to understand the type of moving on assistance provided to PSH participants. So if they exit out of your PSH, kind of where are they going? And so it's not even right here, but it's within here that it's not set up for you. Interesting. Okay.
That's correct, because it's not required as part of our funding outcomes. So I will need to report this up to our management team and let them know that this is a new requirement for our staff. It's additional data entry, and I'm not sure that this is actually relates to Sandy Shores or any of our FSP. Well,
it depends on your funding source. So if you're PSH, but you're not HUD COC funded PSH, it doesn't matter.
We are. No, we are HUD funded COC. Sandy Shores is, but I haven't seen anything about this particular workflow come to our agency for Sandy Shores or any of our McHope or other projects, including our new Sunrose project. So definitely I need for you guys to send that to us so that I can, number one, set up the system if this is required, and then run it by our director as well.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's definitely something that you wanna make sure that you're collecting, as part of the data standard requirements. And yeah, it looks like we're not really set up right now, here, but we can definitely get you set up on that. So.
I can set this up, Tyler. I can set this up. I just need the information to come from you guys and come through the COC and to our management with approvals, and then I will move forward with setting this up for interim.
Okey dokey. So, and just to be clear, when you say like you're gonna go set it up, you know that you have to go into standards profile and the provider grant type, and you're just gonna click HUD COC here, and that's what's gonna do it.
Yes,
'Cause
that's what
it's-
needs to be done.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Yes, I know about that, and
It's,
I also know how
it's
to
different from
customize
just like
services.
throwing a service in there, so,
Right, right.
but yeah. So, okay,
Okay.
you should be good. Your people might see it, but yeah, definitely go through whatever things that you need to go through, to have that happen. But yeah, just to kind of. Oh, not shores, send shores. There we go. Yeah, it honestly, when it comes to that particular field, none of these like really matter because it's not pulling from this field. So it doesn't matter too much what you're sucking there. What matters is this field right here. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll throw in just something really basic here, like basic needs or whatnot, just as a placeholder for your.
I'll customize that to match the description that they're entering so they're not confused. I will customize
Okay.
that service checklist.
Yeah, and any reporting that will come out in the future on this particular field, like this has zero effect. And for those of you, actually, this is a good, because we should probably talk about SSVF and whatnot. You guys are gonna have something extremely similar to this, where this service type doesn't really matter much. It's what matters is what's actually happening down here, because this is what gets reported out on. So. Yeah, it might actually be a good, do you guys have SSVF in your? Yeah. Or no?
No, we do.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any SSVF providers online. Would be good. I forget what's the name of your,
VTC,
what is it?
VTC.
BTC. BTC.
Oh, no, Nation's Finest, sorry, Nation's Finest.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, Nation's Finest.
Okay. So I don't know if Jesse or Kimberly are on, but gonna go ahead. And so, yeah, for them, you're gonna have kind of a similar situation. And part of this is just checking to see if we've got this in here, where this doesn't matter really. Select whatever you want, but what matters is yeah, all right. I'm surprised that hasn't come up as an issue, to be honest. Oh, so I haven't, because I didn't select the actual project. All right. Yeah, so what we should see is, yeah, so for SSVF, you have this type of SSVF service, financial type and financial amount, if it is a financial service one. So SSVF providers definitely want to make sure that you're filling those out. Trying to think other permanent housing. Yeah, so PATH wouldn't have it, wouldn't have it. Okay. So for, yeah, PSH and rapid rehousing, the HUD COC funded stuff, moving on assistance, just be aware that's where it's at. And for SSVF, yeah, this is where your additional services are gonna be found. All right, what questions do we have around that?
Right, Tyler, one thing that I'm noticing when you were showing the update section and then going in and entering the current living situation, I wanted to make sure you knew that since we switched to that process, the actual number of times the clients contacted in the COC APR, ESG caper, and the PAC report are no longer calculating.
Okay. And then something that recently
I think-
the
No, I've turned this in since we switched to the new process. I believe it's been about 3 years ago. But since we've been switching to that enter an update and then enter the current living situation, the number of times the client's been contacted is no longer being calculated in any of the reports. It'll only show one contact.
current living state, and we're still talking PSH rapid rehousing, right?
Well, we're talking for anybody who enters that. All programs are required to enter a contact.
Well,
PSH. Well, I mean, at admission, but also for outreach. I'm just letting you know that that's not working.
yeah. So that current living situation, the contacts for outreach, yes, and if it's not calculating, that's an issue. But if you're trying to run like the APR or the CAPER for like your permanent supportive to see contacts and you're documenting them under that, then it's never going to show because it's not looking for those contacts because PSH and rapid rehousing aren't required to capture that particular field. But yeah, for outreach though, if it's not showing, then yes, that would be an issue. If we would have to investigate why that's not working for your particular program. Which might be a good segue into, some of the APRs and CAPERs. So let's go ahead and we'll run the APR. They're very similar in nature, I would say. So I'm in here as Jorge, so we'll kind of stick with the Cecil stuff. So when running reports, most of your reports are going to be found under the reporting tab. So we have a lot of the canned provider reports that are available to you. Depending on your access, you might see some different reports here. So like, because Jorge is not a system admin, he's not going to see like system performance and some of the audit reports that you naturally see as a system admin. But he does have access to the APR and the CAPER and some of the other kind of big reports that an agency admin would need access to. So COC, APR, and CAPER, I think these are reports that are available to everybody. The APR, if you click on the tile for it, it's going to open up the report run history. So if it's been run recently, you'd be able to see it up here. If you're running a new report, you can go through and give it a name. You can put a description if you would like. And then you have your provider type. So many of you will probably run it for a single provider where you can go through, search for that provider or select it from a dropdown, select the provider that you're wanting to run it for, and then specify date frames and the entry exit types. There are different ways to run it though. You can run it for a reporting group. So if you have multiple PSH or multiple rapid rehousing providers, and you're wanting to just get a picture of what's going on amongst all of those different providers, you could run it for, create a reporting group and then run it for that particular reporting group. Another way that you can run reports, specifically the APR, is to select the agency and then select this provider and its subordinates. And it's actually going to grab all of the providers that fall beneath it in the provider tree. So you're running it for like pretty much everybody, every project at your agency. So be aware of that, that you might be pulling in some of your inactive projects and some of the emergency shelters and street outreach and whatever else you operate there. So I will say for, reporting purposes, typically you're running it for a single provider. That's what HUD usually wants you to submit is for a single provider, not a group of providers or your entire agency. So we're going to go ahead and we'll run it for Cecil's / rapid rehousing project. Specify a date frame. You have a calendar picker here that you can use to do stuff with. And so run it for last year. That works. Note that anything that you run within the reports tab is going to be real time, meaning that as we look at the data, if we go in and make any corrections or any changes to client data, when we rerun this particular report, it will reflect those changes immediately. Also, with the program date range, you want to put in the exact date range that you're wanting. Now, if we're talking about like custom reports within business objects, that always runs like 1 day behind, so the data is not live. And typically our end date goes plus 1 day because we use the less than operator to get the lower. Anyways, too much detail. So it's always like plus 1 day. But in here, you actually want to run the start date and end date to the days that you want. All right, yeah, and then we'll build the report. We'll frantically click the refresh button until it completes over here. And then we can view the report by clicking on the little magnifying glass to view it. And so, yeah. I guess right off the get-go, it's going to have the project identifiers in HMIS. So this is going to give you the organization, the project name, the IDs that go along with it. If you see any like missing values here, like the HMIS project type or geocodes or whatnot, definitely reach out to your system administrator so that we can get that information filled in for you guys. And by we, I mean Oliver. So, and then we move into the actual client tables and whatnot. So you get the total number of people served, adults, children, leavers, stayers, all the things that get reported out in this APR. Notice that there is a hyperlink over on the counts of the clients. So if we are clicking on this, it actually gives us a list of all the clients that fall into that particular category. One other really helpful feature is if you have a client that you're wondering if they're pulling into the report or where they're pulling into the report, because sometimes it's difficult, especially when you get into like income and whatnot. Like I have a client right here who did not have income in the category at start, but gained it during the annual assessment. Well, who is that one person, or does this person that I think should be in there have it? Up at the top, there's a client filter, and you can actually go through and put in a client ID and then highlight the clients. So as you're looking through the document, you can see it doesn't highlight it in yellow, but it highlights it in this this weird color, and it puts a little asterisk next to it. We know that this client is showing up into all of these categories now. So as I navigate down through, I know there's an issue with his or her income source at start. I know there's an issue with the income source at annual assessment. At exit though, it seems to be fine. Destination seems fine. So it could be helpful if you're trying to search out a specific client there, which is kind of nice. A couple things I always pay attention to. The data quality tables in the APR are really, really helpful. So we want to make sure that you're going through and looking at these. Information missing, data issues, those are things that you want to make sure that you're correcting right off the get-go. Client doesn't know, client refused. Again, it's one of those things where it's not the perfect scenario, but if you have clients where they don't know or they refuse certain things, you can't make somebody answer a question, right? So it happens. If 100% of your people don't know their name, that's probably a data collection issue that should be addressed. Do you guys want to go through some of the data issues? So a lot of time, if the information's missing, like if there's just no social security number here, it would probably show up in this, right? If it was client doesn't know, client prefers not to answer, it did show up here. Data issue means there's usually some sort of incongruity between the social and the social data quality field. So we can go ahead and I did copy that, right? I probably copied it, but just in case. Just in case, go take a look at some of this And so for this particular client. Yeah, so it's flagging based on all those zeros. That's happening right there. So there is some logic built in so that if you're putting in fake social security numbers, you have to get a little bit more creative than all zeros or all nines. Let's see where else. So yeah, this and good job, Jorge, on not having a lot of data quality issues. But veteran status, project start date, the client location, disabling condition, those are all pretty straightforward. I would say one that pops off quite a bit is the relationship to head of household. And this is where I was saying, like, you might see like 20 people here, where this is affecting, but really to correct it, you might only need to go into like 3 or 4 client records. And so, yeah, any incongruities with the relationship to head of household, meaning more than one or self head of household, no self head of households identified, or just people missing that particular field would result in errors on this error count. So nice job for this project. Destination. So if you're not selecting a valid like exit destination, or you're using data not collected, or no exit interview completed, that usually flags as an error for destination. So that's something you'll see sometimes. And then income. Yeah, this is one that I think a lot of people probably struggle with here. So looking at the income and making sure that everything's vibing at start, annual assessment, and at exit. And so why don't we take a peek? Everybody in here has access to HMIS. So we'll look at some of this information. So typically what I do, I'll copy off client ID, pop it into the system, and then I'm going to look at the entry exit that we ran the report for. So this one right here, Session Rapid Rehousing. So clients enrolled, they're coming into the report because this start and end date overlap our reporting period, right? And so I think I did the income at entry. So I want to look at the project start date here. So it's giving me a snapshot of what was going on with the client's information at the time of entry into the project. And so if we scroll down, we're going to see that the income from any source is marked as no. So that's kind of the first thing I look at when troubleshooting this is, what is the answer here? And then, all right, now that I have no here, let's go into my HUD verification and make sure that all of these are also marked as no. Well, I can see not all of them are marked as no. So the reason that we're getting this this flag here is there's an incongruity between this and what's actually happening in here. So this, I'm not going to correct anything, one, because this is live client and Jorge would not appreciate that. Number two, I don't know what's going on with this client. I don't know if they have income or not, so I can't make that decision. But one of two things needs to happen. If they do have that workers' compensation, I think it was general assistance. If they do have this general assistance and they have, they're receiving this, then either this needs to change to yes, or if they don't have this, what needs to happen is Jorge or his staff would need to go into general assistance for this particular client and put an end date as of today. By today, I mean whatever date that they're actually entering in here as. So 1/26/2022. And then, yeah, and then that would correct the issue. So it's kind of one or the other. But again, I don't have the information about the client, so I'm not doing anything. This is also a reason that you don't want to like modify old stuff or change the start dates on things, because if you're putting a start date back, you know, so this general assistance, just out of curiosity. Did that cars, Danny. But if you're putting it back in time, back to, 2020, because that's when the client reported general assistance. But this client was actually reported this as part of like a 2023 intake. Well, it's affecting, CECL data, because now this is showing up in their report. So, yeah, and it looks like this was probably put in back there. So it should have been ended, and then continue on, but. Yeah, that's one thing, get out of the client without changing anything. You guys want to do a couple more of those? Yeah, it's always, so for me, reporting kind of brings it together. Whereas, all right, I'm seeing errors here, like how's it play out in the client's record? Let's see, errors. Yeah, you'll probably have kind of the same one. So if there's one at exit. And so the big thing here is we want to make sure you're looking. So if it's at start, the issue with that particular client, it's going to be as part of that project start date. If it's the annual assessment, a lot of times actually, it's really just because they're missing an annual assessment or it's outside of the date frame. That's what flags those. I'll do that one next. And at exit, we're going to want to look at the client's exit data. So again, the best way that we can look at this is to go in here, find the project that they were enrolled. So this is the one that overlaps our time frame. And so if I go into the exit data, and we look at income, something will probably not vibe here. So they're saying, yes, there is income. We have no income. So yeah, that's the issue then. So kind of similar situation. The yes, no doesn't correspond to the HUD verification there. One kind of neat thing though is once you have the exit, you can actually pop back and forth between the exit assessment and the entry assessment. So if I want to look at the entry for this client, I can just go into the entry tab. Again, more data is collected at the time of entry, but then I can go down and say, okay, well, this client had income when they came into the project. And they're probably marking as an error on the income for entry as well. So yeah, but yeah, you can see kind of go back and forth between the two once the client actually exits. This also might happen where you have these required fields, these new required fields. So exit out of there. All right, let's go ahead and we'll grab one of the update ones. And I would bet it's probably a missing annual assessment or it's outside of the date frame. It could also be if it's the same clients. It could just be that it's that same incongruity that's carrying throughout their entire project stay. So what did I do before? Let's try this client. Well, not that, come on. Nothing like trying to highlight something in front of a big training. All right. All right, so this one is the update here for sesh. So they came in 7/20/22. Yeah, so it's just looking at it. So pop quiz for you guys in the room. When should the annual assessment be completed for this particular client?
So a year after, right?
Yep, so it's 1 year out. So I would say 7/20/23. And the reason it's flagging as an error is there is no annual assessment documented here. The client's still enrolled in the project and we're outside of that date range. We're past that when that annual assessment should have occurred. So Yeah, right off the get-go, I can tell that's what's giving me the error. Now, sometimes it gets tricky. Sometimes you'll have like an annual assessment here. But it's outside, it might be like a day or two. It might be like 32 days before their anniversary date. And if that happens, then the report's not looking at that time frame, so it excludes it from the report and you end up with an error. So, yeah, it's definitely something to kind of look out for there. All right. Is there anybody else that wants to like volunteer one of their programs, or if you want to look at something in one of your programs? I know I've been picking on Jorge, and he's a great sport. But yeah, I mean, really good. I would say this is looking good. A few things that need to be cleaned up, of course, with income, but. Yeah, I'd say a couple other things. So. And I think this is what Katrina was referring to before, the number of persons contacted. If you're running an APR for this project type, it's never going to calculate anything there. But if you're running it for a street outreach, then it should look at those contacts and it should be adding them up appropriately. So, wow, my gosh, I went way past it. And same with engagement. So the number of people engaged, that date of engagement, but that's a field that's only used by, street outreach and night by night shelters. So for PSH, it doesn't really look at it. Yeah, race, ethnicity, a lot of demographic information, mental health, physical disabilities, start living situation. This is another one I tend to look at right here, is prior living situation. So usually if it's a project that is funded to serve persons experiencing homelessness, I would expect to see most of the people coming from a homeless situation. And if I see a large population under like institutional maybe, or especially under like the other locations, that's usually a red flag for me. So for Jorge's project, he is serving everybody that he's pretty much serving is falling under that homeless situation. Yeah, Cash, this is where you can see that change. So as you update the income and non-cash benefits for your clients, this is where you can really see it play out. So if you're ending one record set where they're in a certain income category, and then you're opening a new record set where they're in a different income category, you'll actually see those changes across time. And so there's 3 different columns. You have income at start. So that's going to be what's happening at start, the latest annual assessment, and then the exit for people that have left the project. And so this is a good area to look at right here. You have 4 clients, and I bet that one client, yep, there he is. Another way to kind of look at that is these are the number of adult stayers without the required annual assessment. And these are the ones where they're not quite there yet, right? So they don't need it quite yet, but it's probably coming down the line. So yeah, this 4, it looks like that's probably what fed back up into the errors that we saw for our income up here. Oh my gosh, where is it? Yeah. Yeah, lots of income changes here, pretty intense little table. Then we get into non-cash benefits. So again, you want to make sure you're not just going back and switching that no to yes. Because what would happen is if you're working to get people connected with non-cash benefits and you're updating that receiving non-cash benefit from no to yes, and you're not actually ending the no record set and starting a new yes record set, instead of having 6 people come in and then 3 people get connected or whatnot, it's actually just changing the ones at the start. So it looks like everybody coming into your project is receiving food stamps. And so it doesn't look like you're really doing a lot for them. So you want to make sure that you're documenting that change. I'd say length of stay, this is another one I typically look at. So for PSH and rapid rehousing, what would we expect the length of stay to be? So this is for a rapid rehousing project.
1 to 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an expectation that if you're in rapid rehousing, you're probably not staying like 10 years in this rapid rehousing.
Mhm.
And if so, you probably forgot to exit out a client or something. So I definitely look at, like, for rapid rehousing, if I see anybody kind of in this category, I would say red flag. This category right here, though, the 1 to 2 years, that's probably the sweet spot, right? And then anything below that, I mean, those are clients that could still be, you know, maybe they just were enrolled, you know, a couple months ago. But yeah, likewise, I use the same thing for emergency shelters, right? If you have somebody that's been in an emergency shelter for 20 years, like, you should probably talk to that person and get them some help, right? So they're not staying in an emergency shelter. Likewise, if you have people greater than 5 years, PSH, perfectly normal, right? I mean, there's no time restrictions on your PSH projects. They should be in there as long as they need that assistance. Permanent. Yeah, and then average length. So just good information to kind of see kind of where your project's at. Say, yeah, destination's probably one I look at, just kind of see where people are going. I mean, ideally, you want to get them connected to permanent destinations. I'd say if you have a large, you know, population, where they're being discharged to like prior living situation, or not prior living situation, placed on it for habitation or emergency shelters or something, that might be something looking into. But I mean, you can use reporting to help kind of drive how your program operates too, right? Sometimes the bad data can open your eyes a little bit on maybe we need better discharge planning. Yeah, and then it goes down. So then it breaks into veterans and youth. So way down the bottom, a lot of the same stuff just for youth, a lot of the same stuff just for veterans. All right, what questions do you guys have? I know there's probably here. Let's see if anybody's still there, first of all.
No, we still got 18 people in.
Oh, okay. Everybody can just leave.
Jorge had to step out.
I do have a question. It's probably not the question we just talked about. When it comes to like case notes, other agencies, we did see, it wasn't on my caseload, but we did see another agency add on case notes to our program. And we sent an email out to that individual. And do they create their own case notes with the same client, the mutual client that we would have, or how do we go about that?
Yeah, really, really good question. So there's a couple different areas, I guess, you can create case notes. And I just want to make sure that we're talking. So within the case plans, there is an area for notes, and technically these are called like the case notes. I would say it's definitely not best practice to go into somebody else's goal and add case notes to their thing. Now, I think with you guys though, you have those locked down to where other agencies and providers shouldn't necessarily be able to see your case notes. Let me see though. Oh, I guess, well, we're getting car stuff in here. This is all car stuff, Well Sky stuff, cars, Well Sky stuff. OSB stuff. So that kind of vibes. the different providers there. And yeah, so Mosby, WellSky, those things would kind of naturally be visible to you. Hopefully, there's not too many WellSky case plans in your system. That's not on one of our test clients. One of the other areas, though, I know a lot of people call case notes, is this client notes area. And this is shared with other providers. So it would be perfectly normal to see different providers adding case notes here. And I'm not sure if are you talking more of the client note or the case
It was
note?
more on the case plan on our general, goals.
Oh,
The
okay.
general case note there. So, we advise the client, the individual at the other agency, if he can do it on where you pointed out the client note. But
Yeah,
no, it was entered.
absolutely. Yeah. So I would say that's probably not what I would recommend.
Yeah.
If you are doing goals, you can create your own goal, add a different provider and add case notes under that, but you really don't want to use other people's case notes if they are being shared.
And I've seen that with other agencies where I see their general notes for their, program. But yeah, this individual went into ours and we're like, wait, what happened? You made a mistake. Can you fix it? He's like,
Yeah.
no, we have the same client. And I was like, no, I don't know. Let me ask that question on HMIS. But thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, no, really, really good question. And a lot of times, yeah, it comes down to like visibility and everything. So it just, and this is probably more than you guys want. Oh, action steps are global. Is the actual goal global? It is. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so sometimes some communities like sharing goals, because if you are working with the same client, then you can see kind of what goals other caseworkers are working on. Some communities restrict it. So it looks like with Cecil anyway, the notes that they add are only visible to Cecil. Now, that being said, the goals that they add are being shared with others. So you can see that Cecil is working with a client on goals. Which provider are you with? Just out of curiosity.
Housing support program and the family stabilization program. And then we have another, but those are the two main ones that we use right now.
Okay.
I didn't see the other case managers hop on here, so I'll just put those two out there.
How's it? Is it? Do you know what it's called in the system?
Oh, HSP.
HSP. Okay, gotcha.
I don't think it has, yeah.
Other.
I'm sorry.
HSP. What's it?
Oh,
In
the code number, 3377?
8377.
No, 3377.
Agree. Yes. No provider. Website, right?
That's weird. I've searched them.
Well, HSP,
Yeah.
yeah, hold on, let me pull it up. I'm prepared for the LSA.
We'll find it. eventually.
2377.
3377.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shadowing somebody?
yeah, I forgot I'm in there. Jorge with his access where he can't modify other people's programs.
Then Katrina Adams has a question. Well,
3377. All right, yeah, let me take a look. So for you, yeah, so your goals are shared visibly, so other people could technically see your goals as well as your action steps, and then the case notes themselves are also visible by others. So yeah, it's definitely possible for other people to see it, and they should not be adding case notes to your goals, but sometimes accidents happen.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's probably, but yeah, it sounds like you approached it well. Just like, hey, stop adding stuff to your goals.
We're
Use
being
your own
friendly
goals.
and helpful.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, if it is something that becomes problematic or other providers are having issues with this as well, it is something where we can lock down that area so that other providers can't even see your goals. If they can't see the goal, then they can't add a case note to the goal. So that is one option. I'll say. Then what happens is if you are collaboratively working with clients on goals and whatnot, and you want to see what other people are doing, then that becomes a problem because you're unable to see that, but we definitely have options.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Yeah, really good question.
Real quick, Tyler, I just wanted to clarify for our permanent supportive housing, we've never been required to keep case notes or other because we also have them in another, we have them in Avatar with behavioral health. And so I'm curious if this is a requirement now to enter case notes and goals for permanent supportive housing, or if it's just for rapid rehousing.
No, sorry, I don't think there is anything where it's just an option, it's no requirement. There's
Okay, I just
nothing.
wanted to make sure.
The only thing I would say is if the community has some sort of policy where they're requiring it, but I've never come across a community that has required case notes be put into the system. Now, I will say if you're out there and you are looking for an area to keep your case plans and your case notes, and you don't have another system that does that, it makes sense to utilize HMIS to do that. Because if you're entering that information in here, then you can report out on all of that great stuff that you're doing with the clients. But no, yeah, if it's no requirement from HUD or anybody. So
Excellent.
Just-
And then I wanted to ask one more thing about case notes and then the notes in the services and referral screens.
Mhm.
If we're keeping notes in like the services and referral screens, and I know this is more for outreach, do they have to be in both places, or what is the difference between those two note sections?
Yeah, so the difference between like the case notes and the service notes and the referral notes versus just like client notes. Yeah, so there's a lot of different areas that you can put notes, right? The service notes, this would basically be a note that is specific to this service that we're providing the client, whatever it may be. So some people use, Rent a Tree. Some people use, I'm trying to think of a provider that
the Rent-A-Tree.
yeah, the Rent a Tree.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest service. It's a service that actually exists in there. So I say some people have just like a case management service. So like Cecil has just like a case management service. And so I know some providers are required, again, not by HUD, but some providers are required to track like service notes and whatnot. So if you're doing case management and you need to document that service note for any purpose, this is a really great area to put it because it ties directly back into this instance of case management that occurred on 10/12. So related to the specific service that's being provided to a client. The case plan, so there's case notes in here, right? These notes are typically going to relate to the goal that you're working on with the client. So as you create like a housing goal or an employment goal, you can add case notes. Now, some people will actually go through and add, and it looks like this is exactly what you guys have done, different classifications where it's just like general case notes. This is custom to your community. I can tell you not every community has this. But if you like capturing the case notes here better, then go for it. That works. But typically I use these where it relates back to a specific goal. I will say it is kind of nice because you can open up the note here and kind of get a quick view of what's going on. You can print everything off. When you print the case plan, you can include, closed notes. If you're printing like the actual thing here, you can actually do like date ranges for the case notes and everything. So I want the case notes from, September 1st to now. So I think there's definitely a lot of benefits to documenting them here, but. And then, yeah, the other area is the client profile. So down here, you'll have just client notes. Typically, I recommend utilizing this for just general information about the client. So not related to a case plan, not related to a goal, not related to a service, not related to a referral. You have something like that, this is probably a good area to put it in. There's actually a
Again,
feature.
those case notes on the client's profile screen are open to all agencies. They're not locked down. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So this client notes should be open to all agencies. And I will say, I think I've bet money, a lot of the interim projects, when you're adding case notes and whatnot. You see, it's like action steps. So yeah, that's limited. All of your goals, anything within that, that's all limited to interim. When it comes to a client note though, that's, so for you, it is limited. Other people aren't gonna be able to see those client notes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I just didn't want staff accidentally using that section and opening it up unknowingly. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it's definitely to some extent, like I think the goals honestly is probably a good one to have locked down to just your agency. Because most of the time you're not needing to share goals with other people, but I don't know, I guess there are times that you do. But I think there's definitely when it comes to certain things, and I would say probably for me, like having a client note in there, if there's something that you're trying to communicate about the client that would be beneficial to other providers, it might be nice to share this one section, knowing that this is actually going out to some of those other providers. So anyways, I mean, something to think about. Right now it's locked down, but if you ever wanted to change that, it's you just contact your system administrator and we can help make it happen. And then trying to think other area, and then there is also a need note as well. So when you're going and you're completing like a referral, I guess this would be the last area. Down at the very bottom, after I stuck some stuff. Revenue housing, add terms. Let's make a referral to YHDP. Down at the very bottom, there is this little note area right here, and this is associated with the need. So it makes sense for a referral because if the client has a need and you're making that referral, you can further identify what exactly the client needs. But yeah, I'd say probably client notes, case notes, service notes are probably the more common areas that people document stuff in. So many areas for notes. Yeah, great question. What other questions do we have? You guys have been quiet. What project with the youth?
So we do supportive services.
So we're okay.
It's a little bit different.
So not quite, yeah, the housing portion, but supporting people and getting them.
So it's a lot of definitely like case notes and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
That's
guys
what we
use
use.
any of the different areas?
Yeah, instead of like reporting it internally, that's what I use and then I just print them off there.
Oh,
I
nice.
use them on my file, so.
Yeah, and let us know. I mean, we can always, I know Oliver's gonna hate me for saying this, but I know sometimes like
Build a custom report.
the printing function.
Oh, yeah, no,
like
I'm
to
fine
print them
with that.
off is tricky, but honestly, a custom report to give you exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah. That's
And
pretty
format the notes in a way, if you're looking for something, it's a pretty simple process.
Yeah.
A quick report,
That's an easy one to build.
yeah. If you're trying to recreate the APR via custom reporting, that's a different story, but yeah, just pulling off notes, and actually that kind of opens up a good question is, are there others out there where they are utilizing something in the system, like the case plans or the measurements, something to that effect, where you're collecting information and you're not really able to get it out in the perfect way for your agency. Did we use measurements
I don't really think so.
or activities?
I haven't had any questions about it. I think I keep it on, but
Yeah, measurements are kind of cool. If you, they're not a requirement, so let's get that out there right off the get-go. HUD does not require these. However, way back in the day, I actually used to operate permanent supportive housing. And in addition to the HUD COC funded grant that we received, our board wanted to know some like information just about how the clients are doing in our project. And so I had all the case managers use the self-sufficiency matrix here. And the idea is, as you go through, you have all of these different domains. And the domains relate to, so it's basically a Likert scale, right? 1 through 5, 1 is kind of worse off, 5 is better off. Where is the client? And you assess the client when they come into the project. You do updates as they're enrolled in your project. And then when they exit the project, you can assess them then as well. And so you're collecting all of these different points of measurements. And then it gives you this lovely summary to show you, okay, when the client came in, this is where they were. Then they, on 6/2, they were here. And then when they exited on 8/31, this is where they were. Some totals, some average scores. There's a nice little bar chart that kind of shows the progress, a line graph to kind of show progress as well. And this is for, again, just one client, right? And so there's some custom reports that you can access via business objects that looks at overall like program and what's going on. So definitely some cool stuff. And then again, like if there's a certain way that you need to see something, all right, we're gonna try this, and I'm hoping that this doesn't have any. If there's a certain like kind of way that you want to look at the data, right? We can always build a custom report to kind of help with that.
I think I might actually already have a report for that.
SSOM?
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, I was just showing them this. Probably should. It's fine.
Oh, was that the website?
No, this is a different site. That doesn't have any client information because this is the one I send out.
Oh.
So like this shows kind of how long, by the way, so this is the Vermont Department of Health.
Oh, gotcha.
They're required to do it every 6 months. Completely different, not HMIS.
Yeah.
But if you get into past these summary tables, you can actually get into like the client record, so you can see like most recent, and then the initial, interim, and so you can see that change kind of over time with the client's data. So this is one. Well, it's just kind of an example of like, hey, it's something custom. They wanted it displayed in this format to where they could really easily see all of the different domains, the averages, and kind of how it progresses over time. So we were able to build this out for them. And yeah, now they can see kind of what's going on with the clients. So again, just one example. And because they're not a HUD COC funded continuum or anything like that, they have not yet taken the upgrade to the latest site, which looks really weird to me now. All right. Yeah, and then activities, if you have like classes or anything, you can actually set up activities. It's kind of neat. And then you can track the client's enrollment and participation in those activities. So right through the system. And then of course, report out on like All right, you have a parenting class or a financial literacy class. How many of those classes did the client attend?
Is that progress that would be tracked from information that the client is giving you or the instructor of that course?
So you're talking about like the measurements, the progress?
No, like if you were if you were like in the activities tab.
Oh, yeah, so it's gonna be the more like the instructor, so you can have, either like caseworkers manage the activity, so if they're the ones, you can also set up volunteers in there and they can manage the activities. But yeah, they're the attendance for the clients, they would go in, and there's basically, once you, I don't think we have any set up, let me see. No, but basically set up like the days, that you have the activity and the time frames and all of that. And then you'll set out the different classes. And then as the clients come in, you basically just go through and check who's there. And if they're not there, you can mark if it's like an excused absence or an unexcused absence. And then report out on, you know, the percentage of the time that they attended class versus didn't attend class and so on. So yeah, it's kind of a neat additional feature. It's again, this activity point, tracking the client's activities, not needed, not required by HUD by any means. None of your federal partners are requiring it, but if it's something, if you're doing a bunch of classes at your organization and you're tracking it like via like an Excel spreadsheet or something, this might be a helpful tool. I guarantee this would report out better than your Excel spreadsheet.
Keep it all in one place.
Yeah, and keep it all in one place. You're already gonna be going in and entering clients' information and whatnot. And then you can take the data that's, you know, captured on activities or captured as far as that measurements tab and compare it with other data that's captured in the system. So if you want to see, you know, breakdown on demographics or which projects, you know, have the highest success when it comes to helping people. So there's definitely a lot of neat information that you can capture. I'm also a huge data nerd, so I get excited. The more data, the better. So, but yeah, I guess in that bringing it back is make sure that you guys are focusing on the basic stuff that we kind of covered today first, right? Like you can do all the activities in the world and the measurements, but if you forget to like enroll the client in your project, that'd be, yeah, not great. So. I'm trying to think if there's. Yeah, I want to make sure we have time for questions too, which we do.
And Katrina Adams, oh, she will be back at 1, perfect. So, I did have well, let me know if this is, or I might need to look into the logic of the report to make sure that it's what you're looking for. So the 404, there's a client case plan report.
There is, yes.
That I already had, and then I just modified it. Cause I did this for, I think City of Salinas a while back.
Okay.
To where you can have, if you have multiple programs, you can select multiple programs.
Gotcha.
Because the original one, you could only select one, so.
Yeah.
And I guess I could have changed it, but I didn't want to mess with anything, so I
Yeah.
made a copy of it.
Equal to operator.
Yeah.
Change to an endless
And maybe
operator.
to an endless comp, yeah.
Yeah, so and I guess I should have mentioned that. You don't need to like have a report built. There are some reports that are already built that you can kind of piggyback off of or just use if it works. But I'm one, like, if you have something that you need to turn into somebody or whatnot, like, chances are you can build a custom report that matches the exact information that you're needing to submit. So especially if it's something a little more simple, like just if you're trying to print off all the case plans and this isn't really doing this, or you're having to go into every single goal to go down and print the case plans. Yeah, it might be nice to just have something that goes through, grabs all the providers, your provider, and just dumps out all the case plans.
Do you want to run it real quick?
The
404.
Yeah, we can definitely.
It's in Folders. Public. Be live, custom,
Custom,
yeah,
custom.
most like custom,
Oh, let's go custom.
yeah. And then it's gonna be the 404, just past it.
404, all right. CHSP mod.
Yeah, I don't think I changed much of anything on this. Maybe just a query. I like, this seems like, but at the same time, this was for, I believe Monica.
Okay,
And,
what providers do we want?
it was for City of Salinas, there you go.
All right, do it.
And then there's an actual case notes only tab that we can probably modify.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, I'm sure, yeah, that's definitely, that one actually is pretty good at spitting stuff out, but yeah, it gives you the client, case manager history, so if there's any case managers assigned, enrollment history, so you can see like which project they're in. Infractions are those incidents, so if there's some sort of like, allergy or violent episode or whatnot, it would show up there. Yeah, then it goes down through the different case notes, that you have there. One kind of neat thing, and I don't know how many of you guys use, business objects, but up at the top in the right-hand portion, there's a main panel and it has a navigation map here. And so this is actually broken apart based on name, like last name.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for a particular client, you can just click on them and it'll take you to their little area. Or if you need to search because you have a bunch of clients, you can search for the clients here, and then it'll take you to that particular client. Yeah, case notes only. So kind of same thing.
Mhm.
Have the case note user, date of the note, case note date. So it formats it. So if you have lots of them, like in this case,
Mhm.
I think it makes it for, yeah, a little easier to comprehend. Yeah, and then you can always print this off. So up at the top, you have the little export, and you can export a specific tab if you want, and then you have a bunch of different formats that you can export this to as well. So Excel, PDF, CSV. Let's not cut that thing off. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's,
Get your goal totals here, so you can see how many people accomplish stuff. You have statistics, so you can see basically how many goals there are versus the number of clients. So there's 24 clients that have 37 goals. Case notes. So, and then it even tells you like the percentage of clients with the records. So you know that even though there's 200 records for case notes, over 23 clients, not everybody has, a case note in the record. And then additional information just gives you kind of a breakdown of what you ran this for. So. Yeah, good kind of neat little report.
and if that doesn't work for you, like you said, we can always just build one out.
Yeah, or just modify it if you're
Or
like,
just, yeah, modify
I just
that one.
want this other field in there. I
Yeah.
want the client's. Well, I guess client's name was in there, but like I want whatever in there. Or you want to group all the clients together, so it's pretty easy.
Easier, yeah, if you want to see it in.
Quick little modification. For those that have gone into SAP, don't worry, Buffalo's not taking you guys over.
Yes.
If there's any concern, we're borrowing some logic from them for some reports.
So does anyone have any questions? Whether it's the workflow, anomalies, reporting, errors, reporting requests, now is the time.
Now is the time. What are you thinking for lunch?
I don't know. Whenever,
It's gonna make me thinking pizza.
it's action.
Everyone in here open pizza? I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
I did have a question, but it's kind of.
Well, if it's complicated, that's even better. We want to
Um,
complicate.
So it's kind of going off of your instance of like. You have a client coming in, they're a little chatty, they tell you a little bit, you know, a little bit more in depth of like their situation as you're entering. Their information, and it's kind of based off of the length of. Time spent homeless, like if the individual was able to. Get a donation fund while they were in a place, not meant for habitation, and they were able to. You know, enter into a motel, hotel for a day. And then decided to, reach out to an organization to kind of get put into their system. How would that reflect within their entry, like? Like, would you put that into? Like the income section, or is that? You know, just a one case
Oh,
kind of
gotcha.
situation?
So, yeah, for income, yeah, it's one of those things, and I'm not sure what the exact guidance is. I know like there was, I worked with a couple clients where they would do occasional employment that was just under the table. And in that case, like, I just never put that income into the record because it was so infrequent
Yeah,
that like, it's like, all right, you work this weekend, but then you're not gonna work for a couple more months. So it's instead of trying to like adjust the income and everything. But yeah, like if they got steady employment, which we actually did, I'm thinking of one person in particular. Then yes, then I would put that into the system, but. Yeah, usually like the under the table stuff, I never documented. Yeah, it's a good question though. I mean, that stuff like that comes up. That's good. You kind of also reminded me of one of the things on the reports, the APR is timeliness. Does anybody struggle with timeliness? Getting data into the system as quickly as possible?
To my knowledge, they don't. To my knowledge, they get their data entries and within the 72-hour window. To my knowledge, they are holding themselves to those HMIS policies and procedures.
Yeah, so this definitely becomes tricky. I mean, this is one thing that is reported out, right? In your APR. And I think with the APR, you want to make it look as good as possible, right? You want your project to look really, really good. Because it's what your funding is based on. And so having a lot of clients where it's like 11 plus days can be problematic. And what this is actually calculating, the time for record entry, is it's calculating the difference between the date, the system date, which you can't really, yeah, you can't cheat the system. So there's no getting around that. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. I meant to click this and hide the floating mean control. And the date that you actually put for your entry, right? So I go in and let's say, oh, I'm actually entering this client, but they are going into the system and it was 2 days ago. Well, it's looking at today, 10/12, and it's looking at project start date on 10/10. And it's calculating that there's a 2-day delay in me getting my data into the system. So really, if it's a chronic thing amongst your program, like you really should try to address that intake process to where you're getting the data into the system quicker. CHSP, what, 72 hours you said?
72, but I bet I know what's happening.
Yeah.
I bet I know what's happening.
And any of the agencies, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe give me a thumbs up if this sounds accurate. Chances are their funding stream will switch, or they'll get something new, and then they're updating me with this information a little bit later on. And then they're kind of going back and taking out clients and putting them into another program.
Yeah, that was actually what I was about to transition to. So when you have something where it's like, oh, I have this person that went into, this might be actually cars, right? Back on 8/2/2022. Well, that becomes, oh, come on, get out of there. And I delete this and then I create a new entry into my new program. It's actually flagging it as me backdating to 8/2 on my new entry. So you're gonna have this massive delay, or at least what's being calculated in the system for that. So if you're ever having to switch programs, let's say I accidentally entered them into cars, but this should be one of Cecil's rapid rehousing projects. Instead of deleting it and recreating that entry, you want to go in and modify the provider here. So entries in there, if this really should have been, the COVID NCS, we go in, we fill in all the data there. Oh, I forgot to update it. I always do that.
I know, I do too.
I feel like once I change it there, it should just be changed, but it's not. So you have to hit update. Good thing is, as I was clicking it, I noticed the assessment was still the coordinated entry assessment. Yeah, and then you can go in, save and exit. And what that is doing, again, if it's a mistake, is it's actually not deleting and recreating the entry, but it's still using this. So the project start date that you put in and the current date, it's still going to calculate whatever that was.
No, but sometimes they'll like say that this client, we were serving them in this program this whole time. So they were existing in, so I'm gonna pick on Cecil for a second. Let's say that a client was, like I said, enrolled in one funding stream, so they were in that program. But then they ended up serving them in another one, but in the system, they never recorded that.
So they just forgot to do the entry.
So they forgot to do the entry, so then they'll go and close that client, put them into the new program, but this has been like months have gone by.
Yeah. Well, yeah, then it's, yeah. If it's a different funding stream, different project altogether.
Yeah.
Whenever they know that they're serving them using that money, which should be near the beginning.
Yeah.
You don't usually serve a client and be like, oh, you know what, we're using HUD COC money for this client. We should have probably entered them into that.
Yeah.
That just becomes you're entering data late, But if there's, I guess, if they don't know and they're serving them with like a new funding source or a funding source that they start serving them with, as soon as that happens, then they should create that entry to try to alleviate that. But I don't know, I guess scenarios in the chat, people can.
Yeah, they're pretty quiet right now. And we're down to like 8, so probably at least prepare for lunch.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea.
So does anyone else have any questions? Because this afternoon, we will be going into emergency shelter, transitional housing, and pretty much kind of cover what we covered earlier, but it'll just be focused on those project types. So if you don't have any questions, I don't expect to see any mistakes. But yeah, we're probably gonna end this session a little early, and then we will be back at 1. Hey, Vicky, sorry.
I have a family whose disability was entered in 2013.
Hi, guys.
And it hasn't been updated since.
Okay.
And, but, when you download the master list, doesn't. So this person, the head of household has like 4 different disabilities,
Okay,
but it was entered in 2013.
it does. So, I mean, the thing is, if data is entered even a really long time ago and there's no change to it, it just kind of carries forward in the system. And
It's
we'll
not
pull-
coming down on the master list, it's disabled, medically frail.
It's not.
Yeah.
Do you have the client ID number?
Yeah, let me do the,
Are we gonna,
this is a good exercise.
wait, yeah, as people kind of filter in. For this.
How much do we get?
Take a look at some
Like,
data.
roughly. Oh, how
What's
much?
the client ID, Delia?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a complicated.
What's the client ID?
253-019. Second 5-person household.
253019.
More third term.
So. Yeah, there's a couple of things I'd probably look at. So disability for the master list, it's not showing disability.
Yeah, it's not showing as medical frail.
So, oh, not medically frail. So, okay, yeah, let's, that particular field is gonna use the disability sub-assessment. It's gonna use a combination of 3 in order to.
For the morbidity, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's that tri-morbidity thing. So I'm pretty sure, I'm hoping that I used the most recent information and I didn't look at the like information at the time of entry into cars.
Yeah, there's only been that one entry.
So,
And there's never been any interns, so I was just curious if that's probably issues.
so yeah, what I would probably look at here is this verification action. And so you have physical, mental health. There's no substance abuse, so that's why it's not coming in as trimorbid. So, yeah, so you hit, so it's. The trimorbidity looks at, all right, how does this group it together? So physical and chronic health. And then it has mental health and I think like developmental maybe. And then I think that one's also with physical. But drug use disorder, alcohol, both alcohol and drug and alcohol use disorder, that has to flag to give one of the 3 points required for trimorbidity.
Okay, but there's certain programs I don't think you have to have a drug problem. Like New Beginnings, you just need to have a HUD verified disability. So.
Yeah, and I would say with that drive morbidity field, it's looking at that combination of stuff. So I don't know if that's necessarily should be used for like eligibility screening or whatnot. It's just to.
Yeah, I mean, we've been using that to find people that are, because a lot of the programs, somebody in the family has to have at least one disability, right? That meets a HUD.
Okay. Yeah, I would.
So then how would you filter?
So what I would do is I would use this filter. On it. Cause yeah, that trimorbidity is looking at like. Basically 3 different parts of the disability types.
So can we just add a column that just says?
We have one already on there. Yeah. Disability or disabling condition.
I thought it was, the only one on there is the trimorbidity.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, the manager lady's there.
Yeah, I think the trimorbidity was used to just identify people that were more vulnerable and basically points to their DSPS score.
Right.
So, but yeah, we can, if it's not on there, which it probably is. It may not be on there as an input control though, so that you can like easily filter down to those people. So we could definitely add that if need be. But in short, that is the reason though. So it's just the lack of substance abuse disorder. All right, I think we probably have Our people, yeah, got some more people that have joined. Welcome, welcome. So looks like everybody is connected up. There's a couple people still getting connected to audio, I guess, but for the most part, people are connected. So yeah, this afternoon, we're gonna go through the emergency shelter / transitional housing workflows, which honestly is gonna be pretty similar to this morning. So, but we'll go through it and again, bring questions that you have if you operate emergency shelter or transitional. And I should specify, this is more entry exit based emergency shelter. If you operate night by night emergency shelter, where it's basically a service where somebody, you get them a bed for the night, there's not really any case management that goes with it, and they leave in the morning, that's going to be considered more night by night. And we can talk about that tomorrow morning. So let's go ahead and I'll share my screen. All right, and we hide this neutral. All right, yeah, so you'll log into the system. And then in order to enroll somebody into your ES or TH project, you're going to have to find the client that you're wanting to enroll. And so maybe not so recent, but we've switched away from kind of the shelter point workflow for emergency shelters to a workflow that is more consistent with how you enter people into transitional housing or even rapid housing, permanent housing. So we'll go into the clients tab and then search for the client that we're wanting to find and add. And I'm actually going to use another client. Do you have, what's your client, Denise, that you've been dying to?
I deleted him.
Like altogether?
Yeah, I delete him every time I use it, just so it doesn't show up.
What's the number? 'Cause it's
no, like, I mean, I completely deleted his entry.
so if I can still get him, I can rejuvenate him.
300363.
Oscar the Grouch.
Oh.
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna bring him back to life for this purpose. There we go. All right. Now, I am disappointed that there's no picture for Oscar the Grouch, so. But it's all right. You're new. I'll let it slide this time.
I didn't really put that much effort.
Fair.
I was thinking about it though.
So, yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll shadow somebody now that we've revived Oscar the Grouch for our training purposes. And we'll shadow somebody that operates emergency shelter or TH. And so maybe we'll just pick on somebody in the audience. I'll share so I can see all the lovely names.
I don't think I put in his ROI.
See, all right, so Jorge I've picked on for this whole week. So what about Christina and Bax? There's two of them. Yeah, we'll do one of them. All right, so we'll go ahead and share. Go. Shadow. Christina. That's not Bax.
That's not me. It's
not
Christina
you?
Miranda from Share. For Bax.
Just type it back.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. And I don't have an H in Christina.
What was that?
There's no.
I don't have an H in
Oh.
Christina.
Is that how I spell that?
Mhm.
That makes sense. Okay.
Mhm.
My apologies. I am the worst name speller. you'll
No,
ever-
it's okay. It happens.
I can't even spell my name Pigeon right. I threw an extra D in there. Next time I have to say it's. All right, yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll go into the client's record. And so if we're wanting to search, you have a kind of funny enough at Bax, you have the race and ethnicity and gender fields enabled as part of your search. So I guess a quick question to Christina, is that something that you requested?
No, you know what? It actually, when the update for like the translation and stuff, that
Mhm.
actually came up. That's pretty recent as well for us.
Okay,
As far as
yeah,
I know, we didn't request that.
yeah, it's a setting on the back end of the system, and so some people like this information here. I personally don't. I think when I search, I typically search by name.
Yeah.
You know, let me be, I can be honest with you too. I agree. I mean, that's how I do it. I always search by name. I don't ever go by ethnicity or anything like that. So
Gotcha. Yeah. So here, let me actually we'll change something just real quick. X. So this is a setting, not to go completely off the subject here. But we'll go into module settings and it should be under this. And if we go down at the bottom. Oh, shocking, not that one. It's the community services settings. There's a setting that will allow you to display the client demographics during the search. So we'll just uncheck that for you if that's not something you want. And then sometimes it takes a second to go into effect. But when you go to the client tab and you search for clients, yeah, that's probably much better.
it looks a lot cleaner too. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's then you don't have, it's the gender and race and ethnicity questions, just kind of blow things out of proportion. And then you end up with the search and the add new client and the client number way down at the bottom. And just, for me, it's harder to navigate. So yeah, happy to help. Okay, so yeah, let's, we'll go ahead and we'll search for our client. And so there's our test Oscar the Grouch. And so we'll go ahead and navigate in. Notice in the client results, you can see the gender if you want by hovering over this, the household count. So if you want to see if they're in a household, you would be able to see that. So Oscar the Grouch is actually in a single person household, which technically it's, for me, it's kind of a waste of time to create like a single person household. Just because it doesn't really do a whole lot extra and it takes time to create. So I tend to not like to see these, but it doesn't hurt anything if you see one.
The reason why it says multi-generational is because I had them and I ended up deleting the whole household when I was done.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a good example. Then is sometimes if there's a visibility issue with like the client itself, or in this case, if the clients get deleted or merged out of this household, you might end up with a client that's in here. And the others were at one time associated, but now they're not. So, and that's just based on them being like deleted. Yeah. Yeah, good catch, good catch. So yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll go into Scully Grouch's record. And so this is one also with Bax that kind of drops you directly on the entry exit tab here. This is actually another setting that we can modify. So if you would prefer it to drop you onto a different tab, that's definitely something that we can adjust for you. I know for me, I like to usually drop onto the client profile tab. I think it gives you kind of a quick summary of what's going on, demographics, the client notes are found here. So that's a good one. The summary tab, some people like to get dropped onto this. And again, if there's any one of these dashlets that you want to add or remove or whatever it may be, we can create a dashlet basically from any of these tabs that exist up here. So if that's something that you want to see as part of your summary, we can definitely do that. Yeah, client
I gotta
profile.
say, Tyler, we think alike.
Yeah. It's funny, there's definitely preferences that I know I have when it comes to system settings. And it's really, I just want to go through the workflow, obviously, because that's what we're here to do. But also if something works better for your provider or during lunch, some of the youth people in the room they're like, oh, we never use like case plans or, you know, measurements or whatnot. Like, oh, we could just remove those tabs for you. If you never use case plans, I think having a case plans tab here, if you never use measurements, having a measurements tab there can be really confusing for new users. So if there are certain tabs that you'd prefer not to have here, it's definitely something worth a conversation with your system administrator to see if it can be taken out. Now, obviously, like, you're like, oh, I don't like entry exits. It's a lot of work and whatnot. Let's remove it. Well, we're not gonna be able to do that because that's something that's required. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter your data properly and report out on it. But for some of the optional stuff, yeah, it's definitely something that we can remove.
Just be mindful that when you're requesting a lot of custom things, it may not fall in line with what's already been built out system-wise and training-wise visually. Function-wise, it will still be the same. But just be mindful of that.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. It's different projects have the ability to experience the system differently. And when you start getting into custom layouts, training can become less effective because people are like, oh my gosh, I'm missing all these tabs. What am I doing wrong? And it's really, well, your project doesn't use case plan, so it's not there. Your project doesn't assign case manager, so it's not there. But yeah, it can have an opposite effect, I guess.
Yeah, so
the way some of the
as much as I try to give you guys custom, I think I try to do that more on the report side. And then on the entry exit, I kind of try to have everyone more
standardized.
Yeah.
I have a question really quick about what you mentioned about modifying where we land on the profile. Is that something that agency admins have the ability to edit it, or does that need to be edited by our? Oh, okay. Would you please mind going through how we can change that? It doesn't have to be now, just at some point.
No, this is
it's not too bad. So for the BACS provider, do you guys want to land on the entry exit? Just out of curiosity, maybe it's something where
which is funny because I typically have them start on entry exit since it's
really?
straight to the program entry.
Yeah, I think we can go ahead and leave it just because we want to go straight to enrolling them in ES.
Okay, gotcha. No, that makes complete sense. So
and Vicky is CHS.
Oh, CHS.
I probably should have mentioned that, sorry.
So what you'll want to do, and you're not gonna have access to all of this. So like Vicky.
Passed it.
No, I was gonna show. So Vicky.
I think one that we can use that actually is the one that I'm thinking of is the Casa de Noche Buena emergency shelter.
So here's what's gonna happen. When you search for the provider, you're gonna get all of your CHS providers. Now, if you are using an EDA workflow, so like Interim can do this, because when they EDA, they're actually going to take on all of the layout configurations of each single project that they can EDA to. When you're not using EDA and you enter a client's record, you're actually entering the client's record as your default provider. Therefore, the layout settings that you see are going to be associated with this. So if you're not using EDA,
okay, that makes sense.
You're not going to get the customization for each specific project. You'd have to modify it for the entire agency. And that means everybody, no matter which project they have, are all going to have the same layout.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Now, if you're EDAing, then you can go into each one of these, modify it. So if Safe Passage doesn't do case management, you can get rid of those tabs. If you have, this general rapid rehousing, let's say this is for singles only, you could probably get rid of the household tab because you're never going to need to add household members or whatnot. So, yeah, there's a lot more control and customization that you can do by using EDA. But it also adds that kind of layer of complexity when you're entering data as well. But either way, in order to modify that one area, for your case, you would want to go to the agency. So this would be that level 2 project. And then you're going to navigate over to your module settings. And this is where you'll find a lot of the different module settings in here, but it's actually going to be the client's module setting. And so I always think of like the tabs that exist over here, so like shelters, clients, scans, and whatnot. So client's module setting, and then right up at the top, this is where we can manage the tabs. So our summary dashlet. So if you need to add additional ones, so if you want to see goals, you can enable goals. If you want to see them in different orders, maybe you want to see incidents up at the top, you can move that up to the top. I'm not going to change anything, but, and then this one over here, maybe you don't want the summary there at all. Uncheck that, summary goes away.
Okay.
You want to set the household as the default tab. There's a button down here, we set default. Now when you go into a client's record, it drops you on the household.
Oh, okay.
And you can also change the order of the tabs too. Again, it does get difficult, especially when you have users that are going through a training where the tabs are all ordered in this way, or you have longtime case managers where tabs are ordered in a specific way. If you start changing that order, chaos will ensue.
Yeah.
Okay.
All you do is move things around. Though.
I know this from my days as a system administrator. I
Thank you
made
so much.
one simple change where I put the summary at the very bottom, thinking clients would go through the entire workflow and they would end at the summary and it would summarize what was going on. I had probably about 400 users in the system, and I probably got about 400 phone calls that day about what was going on with community services. So it was yeah.
I learned quickly here. I try not to change too much without meeting discussions and talking it over with the network.
And I will say,
learned very quickly.
Agency admins do have the ability to change all of this, as well as other settings and whatnot. Definitely, if you're not 100% confident in what you're doing, or you have questions, reach out to your system administrator, because there are some settings that can be enabled or disabled that could severely impact your data collection practice. Like this one, you could get rid of interim and follow-up reviews altogether. If you uncheck that box and you're a project that has to do updates or annual assessments, there's no way for your case managers to now complete those. So definitely reach out to make sure that you know what you're doing with stuff. But yeah, that's where it's at.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very welcome. All right.
Bless you.
Bless you.
And either way, I do give them like the green light to modify most of their settings where it need be, just as long as it doesn't alter too much of their workflow. Unless they're okay with answering all their new staff questions. It's like, hey, that doesn't look like a trade-in.
Yeah, no, and I think that's actually a really good thing. I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to it, the projects that are set up in the system are not Oliver's,
right?
They're your projects.
Yeah.
And that being said, Oliver is, the HMIS expert in the community, right? So there are certain things that he does and sets up and configures to hopefully make you guys successful in what you need to be doing. But yeah, it's definitely great to get in there and understand some of the settings that are available to you. And if there are things that would make your workflow a little easier, and you understand the changes that you're making, then yeah, go for it. A lot of communities are, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but some communities are like rule with an iron fist.
Yeah.
And the HMIS admins don't allow the agency admins to do anything. So
no, I like to empower.
Yeah, I was always the same way. If you give them the knowledge to succeed, and then it's less just relying completely on one person to rule everything.
And they kind of just understand the system better, like inside and out. Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, yeah, so kind of popping back to some of these tabs that are available to us right now. So client profile, this is a great area where you can capture information on the client record. You can upload a picture here. You can issue ID cards as well, which ID cards can be used to scan clients into shelters, for shelter stays if you're using ScanPoint. You can also scan clients for services. So if you have really high volume providers, so I always think like food pantries or things like that, you can scan clients in for services as well. So it's a nice little feature. And simply issue ID card. You could throw in thing. There's no photo, but if there was a photo, you'd be able to see a little photo of the client. Sorry, not but the big thing here is this barcode. So when it scans, it actually matches back to this number. And that number is the client's ID number. So, yeah, client demographics is an area where you can modify this information. So you will notice, for those not here in the morning, that there's a couple of new fields that exist now in the system. Race and ethnicity is going to be one of those. Question.
Gary has a question about the APRs.
Okay, dive right into the APRs. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's dive into that. Because I think Gary's been waiting for today.
Okay.
He's been early for when we were coming back from lunch. He came in early yesterday. Come on, Gary, get your questions up.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just jumped in. I was in the leadership council meeting, but I was like, man, I got to get these questions over. So I've been running I've been running the COC APR and the ESG Caper.
Okay.
When I run them for my program, the outcomes are not showing up, like they're not divvying up appropriately, I guess. And I'm just wondering if I'm not recording it correctly.
Okay. Yeah.
Because like I had like 130, like if you scroll all the way down. Oh wait, this is the first report. I need to see the parameters of the months that I ran it for. So not that one, the second report.
So, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to grab off your history. So
yeah. So yeah, that one was for the fiscal year. If you scroll all the way down to 23C, Q23C.
Oh man, we're going deep. Is this one of the income ones?
No, I can figure out the income parts, but it's you see the destinations for the exits. So like I went through every single person. If you scroll down, it only has recorded 18, 13, but then at the very bottom of the subtotals or totals, it has 137, 65, and 72.
Okay.
Yeah, so normally also it would have like total persons exit, like all of that will be figured out, and I would have all my percentages. It's not showing any of that stuff when I run my EPRs, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on? To where it's not recording it, and you know, and I'm having to go in because I had to do a report for the city, but they wanted the exact number of individuals moved out versus family members, and I was like, normally, you know, it figures it out for me, but I was like, man, why is it not recording all of my data? And I went back through and checked every 137 people, like I downloaded the results of the 137, and I went and checked every single one of them, and 121 of them marked were for permanent housing. And so I was like, what in the hell? Why isn't it why is it only recorded as 18 people?
Yeah, that is. And so, all right, so we have, yeah, because I mean, just some quick math here. 18 plus 17 plus
doesn't
3
add up to 137
equal 137.
Exactly.
All right. So that is.
So I had to go in manually and check everyone to double check my numbers. My numbers were correct, like that I've ran in the past, but for some reason when I'm running it now, it's not adding up.
And so yeah, there's number of levers here.
Yeah, you could even click on that list and we could go through like 10 people and like you know, they're marked as permanent, like, you know, moved in with subsidy or something like that. But it's not recorded on the APR for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting calculated in total, huh?
Yeah, and the fact that it didn't even break it down, the percentages, you know, underneath that, I'm like, am I running it incorrectly? Is there a glitch in the system right now?
Yeah, it's so when we released the data standard changes, it must have thrown something off. So we actually, I forgot to submit the thing.
case
But
study.
yeah, Jorge, there's something where we were looking at a client and it said, you know,
Yeah.
8, but it wasn't showing anything. So
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's an issue with that, because yeah, that's definitely.
Because I'm presenting to the city council, no, board of supervisors next week, city council first week of November. And I was
Okay.
like, damn, I was trying to run the numbers so that I can feel, you know, comfortable in what I'm saying. And then when I ran it, I was like, oh shit. You're like, it ain't adding up right now. And I'm, you know, they wanted their slides yesterday. And I was telling them, let me just confirm some things. I'm gonna meet with Oliver real quick and hopefully troubleshoot this. But yeah, I don't know what to say.
Well, I got like 2 potential solutions. One, how quick would Wells County be able to take a look at it?
They probably already know about it.
Okay.
Because if this is affecting you guys, it's probably affecting way more communities.
Yeah, we had
if
this
it's-
issue earlier too, where it wasn't, the client information was entered into the exit. It's we're all doing reports right now.
Yeah.
For the first quarter, and we have the same issue too, where the client exit is completed. It's that we listed their exit destination, you know, as rental, but we're having the same issue.
Yeah, it's not showing up as an exit.
Yeah, not populating in the CAPER report fully.
I have a quick question. When you guys are reporting to the city, are they relying on the full CAPER, or this goes back to that initial question I was talking about yesterday or Monday? Are they looking at specific, like just certain fields, or are they looking at the report entirely?
So from my understanding, they only look at the fields that we're reporting. So we have a couple of different things that we have to do for backs. We have this like quarterly report, and then we have a monthly city data
services.
Yeah, the activity report that has to be done monthly.
Yeah.
So in the CDS, we have to submit the APR, and the numbers that we're submitting in the APR have to match our goal numbers that we've set in the city data services. And so they're only checking, well, I don't know if they're even checking, I can ask Keisha or not, but technically what we're reporting has to match the APR.
I think that almost goes back to when I was talking about building out that like a custom APR or something that's similar to it, but may not be needed.
I'll see if you're on the latest, which I think you are.
Because I'm almost thinking if you guys are all filling out reports right now, it might be worth us building out a custom report.
Or at least sending a notice to all the providers saying that
yeah,
HMIS is kind of squirrely right now, you know?
Yeah, no, because I don't know if you guys have like, if the city has a hard deadline or if they're willing to be lenient due to the system itself. Which I would hope that they'd be more lenient due to the system.
Right.
But then I guess the alternative, if push came to shove, if we just have the specific fields that they're looking for, like for what they're reporting out on, we can still build that on the back end, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, we can get you numbers and percentages on like exit destinations where it's pulling, right?
Yeah.
I wanna check with my engineering team to make sure that one, they're aware of it, which I think they would be. But more importantly, like when a fix is anticipated.
Yeah,
So
because I guess that's the,
if we're about to push like a fix tonight, then it doesn't make sense to go in and build like a custom report. To
Right,
get
right.
So,
right.
And then on another report, I try to run the daily unit reports for
okay.
me, and I don't have anything come up on my, when I go to it, if there's like no program associated or that it's just empty.
Yeah. Yeah, so the daily unit report, this is actually a shelter point or shelters based report.
Going back at shelter point.
Yeah, so if you don't have any like shelters where you're entering data through the shelters tab, you won't have anything here.
So how would I run a roster report? Because I know, because I do reports for Alameda County and Contra Costa County, and we use Clarity. Clarity has like a program roster report that we can run, and I've been looking through the reports on how do I run a program roster to match it with my own occupancy report to make sure that it matches up. How do I do that then?
Yeah, so I mean, this is that report, the daily unit report. It's just the workflow that we're using is like more of a through the clients tab to align with like your traditional transitional housing and PS, your more traditional workflow, I guess. But yeah, if you were using the shelters tab to track your emergency shelter, this would give you like the number of clients that are in your beds every night and a list of all the clients for every night that were in your beds. So
even though I know I was trying to avoid the shelter point conversation, if you want to just
do you have, so who do we have that uses shelter point?
Community, well,
yeah, I can find out real quick.
Community Homeless Solutions for sure.
All right, yeah. So respite center looks like they have like a bed. So yeah, if they're checking clients in to these beds right here, so CCRC Central Coast Respite.
That's a lot more complicated to go through the shelter point.
It's so what happens with the shelter point workflow. There's a few more steps on the front end on the back end. And unfortunately, even with even before I got here with all the training that was provided, these steps were just missed on a data entry level. But then even on an agency admin level, as much as I love you guys in the network, I know that you're, as program managers, you guys are pretty busy. So keeping up with the bed inventory is going to be required in shelter point and on the back end of your standards information. And so managing that, because that starts bleeding into like the HIC and PIT and then the LSA and SPM and all that stuff. So it was kind of like, it was just that whole workflow was just a mess. And then just managing that, I could only rely on the network to provide me with the most up-to-date, accurate information. And because that just wasn't happening, I just figured a way to put everything back into client point. Now, going back to if your agency kind of requires something like this, we can definitely go over the pros and cons for both sides as far as like data entry, reporting, just the whole ins and out. And if you say, okay, no, yeah, we would prefer shelter point, then I would just have to say that, yeah, you'll just have to have a higher level of responsibility within the system when it comes down to your bed inventory.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do more. I just wanted to because what I've been getting scrutinized. Yeah, I'm not trying to do all that. The thing is, I've been getting scrutinized about my counts of how many people I have here. And so the county's been wanting they wanted some type of documentation of me showing who I have here, who's on my current roster here. I have created an occupancy tracker internally that tracks everyone here, but I wanted some type of truth to back it with some like HMIS data, which I have. Like I could do that in Clarity, but I was wondering if I could do it some way here too.
Yes.
By saying that these people are enrolled, they're open to my but is there a way to run a report that shows everyone open to my program right now?
Yes,
Yeah, and honestly, I thought we built like a basic enrollment report.
well, there was a few that would, so me and Grant was building a bed occupancy report at one point. The time factor was the hardest thing that we couldn't figure out, that formula, that variable. Yeah, we were able to crack it in R, but we weren't able to crack it in HMIS.
Yeah, he's just looking for like a basic,
Oh, like just client
Yeah.
enrollment?
Roster, basic roster.
yeah, like here, this is probably. Yeah, so I guess, in short, other than like the APR or something, there's not really much,
Exactly.
I would provide.
All I've been able to do is run APRs. Like that's the only report that I've been able to run.
And you're just looking, because he's looking for a count, right? A client count.
Yeah, pretty much.
He just needs a client count.
Yeah, so
Destination.
throw in like a report start date, report end date, so if you're looking for like roster via this month.
Exactly.
So, end date. I bet this gives us something. This is, yeah, so it would be client count, the client, the entry date, the exit date, where they went. I think we may have modified this report for something else, so based on the other tabs that I'm seeing, but that's, I mean, that's something that we could fix, or I'm just looking in the wrong area, but there should be something within, SAP business objects that's similar to this.
Yeah, because in Clarity, we can run active within this date range, enrolled within this date range, exited within this date range.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to go to my personal folder and just see what's in there. There might.
I was gonna say, it should be facing public, but yeah, I imagine that we have something, and if not, I mean, if that's a need for the community, that's definitely something that we can build out.
I think it's also a way for us to track that the data quality is good too. Like I want to make sure that the intake is happening within like a 48-hour turnaround period, you know? And so it's hard for me to track it without being able to run those daily unit reports and then see when their intake dates were input so that I can go, hey, why is this person input in HMIS on 10/12 and we did the intake on 10/5? You know, like, so it's hard for me to hold anyone accountable here for intake stuff because I don't have a daily unit report to kind of tell them, hey, was everyone updated? Like, I can run a report of everyone who was enrolled on this week, and I can make sure that all my intakes were uploaded correctly, you know?
Yep, no, that makes sense. I'll definitely get with Oliver.
Yeah, I swear I have that report.
I know.
I just gotta dig through these. No, so in short, Gary, I have something like that for you.
Perfect.
And then probably, yeah, it goes back to, we should probably make sure that this is ordered, in a way where you guys can access the reports, little.
Yeah, typically, I'll build folders for things that they need. So if it was like the HSP, HRC project, when me and Grant were working on that.
I guess one other question is, am I gonna need separate access? Because now the city wants me to start running reports on transactions, service transactions.
Okay.
Do I need like a separate access to a different type of report to run service transaction reports?
No,
you should be able to go through here. There's a couple.
Through the service transaction?
Two different ones, yeah. So the client served is going to be based off service transactions. It's going to give you a breakdown of all the different services, funding sources, and amounts, and then a bunch of like demographic information. But it's more of like an aggregate report, right? So you're getting client counts and whatnot. If you're looking for like a specific line by line, that's going to be more service transaction report. Which will break down like, here's the client's name, here's the service they got, here's when they got it.
Nice.
Hi, Tyler. It's Katrina, real quick with intro.
Sorry.
On this, yeah, on the services transaction report, one of the things where I'm having to like build out a lot of custom reports myself is because I can't see the provider specific service on that particular export. And I do rely on that heavily to match that language to our funders language. I'm wondering if that's something that might be able to be added in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a super reasonable request to have provider specific services get added to this. Yeah, and as you kind of mentioned, unfortunately, right now, when we build this system wide, it's not showing that. You get the need and the actual service itself. So yeah, I think that's definitely a request. And I'll pass that along to engineering. But yeah, right now, probably the best way, because unfortunately, like I can't go in here. They don't give me the keys to the back end of the system in that way to just modify, the columns here. But we could definitely build you something custom within business objects that looks at whatever you're wanting and however you want to display it. So
right now, the report writer is working for our agency. So that's been working really good. So I don't think I need anything custom in business objects. It would just be nice to be able to run that from that main dashboard without having to build out that specific report for that.
Yeah. And that's another good point is report writer, as much as I dislike it, just because it's a very simple reporting tool. But this does work for any kind of custom needs as well. So you can pull in the different fields that you're wanting, including the provider specific services. And yeah. I'm shadowing, I'm not shadowing anyway. So yeah, good comments. And I will definitely pass that along to the engineering team during our next Rails meeting.
He left our leadership council meeting to join our Well Sky meeting. That's big. That's big.
I had some major questions, man. I had some major questions.
Shout out to everyone that's in here right now. I appreciate you. I appreciate seeing how serious you're taking your HMIS. It's a good feeling. You guys could be anywhere, but you're here with us.
Yeah, I guess what other questions? I know, did we do the entry yet into? I don't think so.
I mean, and just real quick, everyone that's on this call, a thumbs up would work. Are we all pretty much familiar with the entry exit process with emergency shelters? Before we
Yeah, no, I see a lot of the same names that were here this morning.
Yeah.
And it's not too dissimilar from what we did this morning. So I think, yeah, pretty much everybody is.
I want you guys to give us some of those Gary-like questions at this point. But because that's really if you're finding something that I'm not, and I will admit, I'm not using certain parts of these reports to the level that you guys might be using them to. So I'm gonna give a big shout out to Katrina Adams. Anytime that she notices anything within the system that's just slightly off, she will notify me right away. Gary, thank you for bringing this to our attention as well today. So if there's anything else that you guys are probably used to seeing that seems just slightly off, I do think now is a great time to bring that up.
For someone who started like last week, are there differences between the entry and exit between a regular program versus, or not a regular program, but like the rapid rehousing, permanent support housing, and emergency shelter?
Yeah, so there's not too many differences. The household tab, you're gonna deal with the exact same way. If you're serving a household, make sure that they're associated here. The ROI, you're still gonna need to capture that. When it comes to your entry, going through, a lot of the same information is being captured.
That's what you were looking for earlier, that drop down. Remember Jorge has a search function.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you were looking for
Yeah, this
earlier.
is the other one that it just depends. Once you get over a certain amount of providers, instead of having this massive list like Jorge has, it just kind of condenses it, so you can just do a little drop down action here. But yeah. Who am I in?
Tyler, speaking of things that
What
have
is it?
disappeared.
Case manager thing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Katrina, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No worries, I'm sorry, Katrina with Jim. One of the things I've noticed that's disappeared since I mentioned the report writer is I've been looking for the new gender and then also the new race/ethnicity fields with the multi-pick list, and I can't find them in there.
Yeah, so I think that's actually something that's on the engineering bill to
I brought
get.
that up Monday, remember?
Yeah, we still need to swap it out in
Yeah.
report writer. Also, that kind of brings up a good point is if you did have any custom reports within SAP Business Objects, you would need to kind of remap them to the new field for that. Now, when I say like remap them, the WellSky has mapped the responses from the old fields into the new field. However, when you're looking at like a custom report, the field itself, if you're using that old one, you'll still get responses and whatnot. However, you're gonna need to change that out with the new field. But as far as like report writer goes, yeah. Honestly, I haven't not been in report writer.
It's my baby. I heavily rely on this. So because a lot of the custom things, that are in here, I'm able to pick through and find those fields and those values and just create a data dump. And that's so much easier for me to work through and find where staff have not entered things correctly or whether, we're missing stuff. It's just, for me, this is just like a really, really important tool for our agency in particular. But
I promise I will become more versed in report writer for you so I can be more supportive.
thank you. And I'm happy to share anything I have here. While we're on reports too, I just want to let you know,
It does look like it.
Get rid of those pop-up notices, after you're done running the COC APR and those other things. I'm literally like, the report's been downloaded. I'm trying to get to the data and all of a sudden I have a pop-up that's in the way of what I'm doing.
Yeah, those notifications are super delayed.
Please. I really appreciate it if they could just go.
I think I've just conditioned myself to just like, I'm numb to them now, but they are super delayed.
Recognize them.
I don't even recognize them.
So one thing, if you're running the existing like report writer reports, is that what so it does look like
you can go pick on one. You can go find one. I'm actually working on one as we're on the phone right now. But you can go pick on an interim report. Super cool. There might be a few names in there. Yeah. Thank you so much for removing the extra ones. As you can see, these are all like my data dumps that I use for. Yeah.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah.
That's what usually anytime she gives me any feedback within the system, I'm like, okay, I'm listening. What you got?
She's the type of user, Trina, that I think if we could just give you a taste of what SAP can do,
I know.
You would go nuts.
Yeah.
In there. And
I think one day, Katrina, when you're not too busy, like when both of our desks aren't too busy, we should just play around and I can show you like what I've learned in SAP.
Okay. Now I've used like SAP a little bit, just not with this particular system. And then like I use Power BI dashboards and stuff all the time, so I'm familiar with that. But
okay. Yeah, that might actually be a pretty easy transition.
But the thing is, like, we have to report specific like multi-criteria counts where it has to be a certain age and a certain ethnicity and a very specific, we only want to know that who was there between these dates. And I found with the SAP and then also even with the Power BI that I'm not able to give them that quarterly view they're looking at, which is why I do this.
Okay.
So I'm using multi-criteria if statements. This goes into Excel that then does all the counts for me.
Yeah, once you start getting into any custom like multi-statement, like if statements, like you said, report writer's never gonna do that for you. But yeah, SAP business objects, that's like the
Report writer does the data dump that I need. I've been in SAP and other tools, and they're not able to give me the specific view that I need. After we get off this, I can show you what I'm talking about. And then if you have a way to solve that, you might have solved some other things, because I have dug in and tried and done my own SQL code, and it just doesn't seem to want to get it into the format that our funders are wanting. So
Gotcha. I always like a good challenge.
I know, me too. I'm kind of like, what do they want? Let me know what they need.
Yeah.
We'll get it.
They want the inbox.
Was there a specific report here, just for anybody else that has maybe report writer reports that need to have race ethnicity field kind of modified?
I think every single one of these reports is going to need to have that, but I mean, you can click and open one if you want. Just not the disability notes review. That's me trying to catch people entering medical information. There might be a few names. Just
Reserved.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can do that one real quick, so you can see like.
So here, we'll click it over on counting real quick. So yeah, it probably has. Well, let's look at the fields. It's probably going to have the fields that have the old one. So we're probably getting some broken stuff here.
Not yet. We're fortunate, not yet. It has not broke yet. I'm just getting the old information that was entered from the previous episodes before the new.
And so my guess is when we get down, so yeah, see how we're pulling in these retired fields here.
Correct.
Which actually, that's
the old.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's not a one that has the new field on it. So yeah, you just want to make sure that you're grabbing one of the assessments that has the new fields on it. And I know, I think Oliver and I identified most of them, but if you're not seeing the new race ethnicity field, reach out to us.
Okay. And my other question, there's the other thing that this is going to hit is our path report, because our path funders, they want specific gender and race criteria in there. So I need to make sure that this aligns with the path data standards and that it's not going to impact that.
And so
that's why we keep the path 2017 in there. We actually use that path 2017 report for all of our outcomes that go into our outreach and enrolled path clients.
Gotcha. Yeah, and so with the path report, it's spec'd out based on like the federal standards that we get to program it. So it should align how you collect data with these fields should translate into the path report. You shouldn't have to do anything special to it.
We do have to do something special with the path because we need the zip code of first contact in there, which is required. And there are also other path specific values that may be impacted by this change. So I would just take a really good look at that. It's why we use the path 2017 form versus the old, even the old 2020 ES Streets.
Gotcha.
Form.
Yeah, just real quick. This is the race and ethnicity you pull in, and then just take the other ones that we had marked down in here. You would want to take those out, and of course, if you had any like filters or anything based on this, but that should kind of resolve that. Yeah, and going into path again, is it something the state like specifically requires out of your path reporting, or is it?
Yes, I believe the path requirements are separate in here, and I would have to go look those up for you. And I have not looked up to see if they have an updated 2024 version, but I know we ran into this when we switched to the 2020 version for the UDs.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting because I don't know if we've had other communities experience that, which makes me think maybe something got lost in translation with your path project. Because whenever data standards are updated, we always go into more information than you guys are wanting. But Well Sky will go into the assessments, release new assessments specifically for path. So this is the entry for street outreach 2024. And update any questions, again, based on what is required specifically for path. And these are kind of the special things that are just for path, but there's also the like universal data elements, program specific data elements, all of that stuff should be captured as well, like date of engagement and contacts and whatnot.
That stuff is the same, but specifically there's the zip code of outreach that's in there. That actually might be really useful for everybody, to be honest, is like, in which zip code did I outreach this client? Where do they sleep in? Instead of just putting in their previous zip code or these other things. So this is like, you know, the city of origin basically for these clients. And that's one thing that's missing and has been missing from the other assessments.
And so then HUD releases usually something like this, right? Reporting specifications for the year. We take this and basically translate them so that you can go into this report, the path report, and run it for your provider, and it should output everything that's needed. Now, if you're not submitting this to like HHS for path, and you have some other additional funder that's requiring this,
it goes into Sage.
It goes into Sage.
Yes. Sage reporting is where all of our reports get uploaded into, and I want to make sure it's Sage compatible for everything.
This is the report that you run then, is the path report.
Yes, the path report gets run, and then we download it, and then all of those files get uploaded into Sage.
And just kind of looking through real quick. Destination exit, temporary destinations, institutional. So that's all kind of standard stuff right there. Demographics, we have the breakdowns, we have that.
My concern is if you have somebody who's selecting multiple races and multiple genders and those things, how is that going to translate when it gets uploaded into Sage?
It's fine. It's everything is specified right here. And kind of going back to this, you're collecting zip code, but zip code's not being reported here. I don't see it.
Right, but we do need that. That goes specifically into the community of origin that we're required to report out to the city of Monterey. It is also required for other city-specific funding projects.
Okay, so it's not path then,
it is, but it isn't. It's both. So it's both. But yeah, that zip code of origin has been really, really important for our agency.
Okay,
and I just want to make sure
I'm
that
not
we're
disagreeing
collecting
with
more
that.
than right.
So you're capturing just some additional information because another funding source wants it for your path program. But yeah, as far as uploading to Sage, that zip code doesn't go into like this at all. Race and ethnicity, if you really want to see how they break it up, somewhere in here, right, is the logic on how they're going to take race, the different answers to race, and how they translate it so that Sage can read it. But I understand like the worry, but also we're going to follow this programming spec. So when you download this report and upload it, and they're requiring that it gets broken down into all of the different races that where are the different races? Wherever the different races are, here somewhere. It's going to translate it just fine, such gender, age, we're getting closer, race. So it will break it down into this automatically for you.
So if they pick, say, 2 different races, and this does not have a section for multiple races, and in here are ethnicities, which one is it going to pick first? Is it going to go in alphabetical order, or is it going to pick? I don't know how that's going to work. And then
yeah, and so let's see. So it's going to, and I don't know if this path report's the most recent, just that's in there, but it's, I know like the APR goes multi-race. Yeah, those are all outcomes. What question was it? It was 26C. And I definitely encourage you, if you're wanting to see kind of how this works, this is going to be. All right, so race and ethnicity, 26C, multi-race option should be counted in all applicable categories. So there it is. So some of this may not equal the sum of the clients served.
okay, that's fine. I just need to let our managers know when they go to do that, that that's not an error. So the sum of race and ethnicity and the sum of gender may exceed the total number of clients served.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and same thing here. I don't know if that's how I would do it if I was HUD, but or HHS, but that's how they're doing it. Yeah, and another good tool, because you guys just saw me pull up, is if you're needing to find out exactly how some things are calculated, there's programming specifications that exist for the path report, the APR, the caper, and so on. So sometimes they're a little tough to read, especially when it's like stuff like this. But it is helpful to kind of know exactly how things are being calculated.
Thank you.
Good questions though, for sure. These are the tough questions I was hoping for.
These were the questions we were wanting and waiting.
I have a list, guys.
Well, yeah, let's go.
I'm sorry. So, Tyler, while I have you, and I'm sorry, everybody else, going into forms for just a second. I know I'm jumping around a little bit. I'm talking about specifically the client self-certification of homeless form, and the section at the bottom of the due diligence, and then also the third-party verification of homelessness, and this is specifically for outreach clients.
Okay, and we're talking like paper forms, are we? Yeah. Or is there a form built into the system?
Are we gonna get a chance to get over to paper forms? Because I don't want to like break the HMIS flow here, but I definitely want to talk about some of the requirements that are HUD requirements when it comes to certifying clients as chronically homeless and when those are required.
Yeah, it just, I probably should have started this. So my expertise is specifically with WellSky's community, services application. So this HMIS, a lot of like paper forms and whatnot. I'm happy to provide as much guidance as I can, but I will eventually hit a limit with what you guys are doing in your community versus
what's required.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I don't know. Is there any system questions? I just want to make sure that will you have?
Yes, I do.
Me here this week, get the system questions first, and then I'm happy to jump over to paper forms.
Yes.
And by that, for the COC would be better suited.
Yeah.
Of course. The next request I have is when running reports now, since we switched to the system where it has them all listed at the top for each time you run it, is it possible to add a delete button to those? Because like I run them multiple times until everything's cleared, and I just don't want 32 reports sitting there that aren't necessary. And I think it would actually help kind of clear out the system too. So like where I could maybe delete the report that I'm not needing, it didn't come out clean. If that's a possibility.
Yeah, they just delete after 30 days.
Yeah,
I know, but it's just annoying.
Yeah, she's like,
Sorry.
she's running like the same parameters after probably like fixing data or something.
Yes.
And so she's getting a bunch of like essentially the same report that's coming here. I think that's a great idea. It's not a setting that I could enable or disable. And honestly, it's not a setting, just in general. It would require our engineering team to go in and put like a delete, but I will definitely pass that along as well. It's actually me.
It's a happy request. Another engineering maybe. So the reports where data comes into those areas we don't want them to land, such as data not collected, or you know, those critical areas we definitely want. Is there any way to turn the font in those sections red so they're easier to spot? Like on the COC APR, on the
gotcha.
ESG caper. So when you're running those, and if we have data that falls into those categories, which I know is a data entry error, is there any way to turn those specific fields red, such as data not collected, or social security number, where they decide to type in all zeros and then put full, and I find out, yeah. So those data entry things, I'd really appreciate it. Those could be either bolded or red, or where there are data issues. Perfect.
Yeah. Again, another really good request. Another one that would have to fall kind of with our engineering team. I can say though that is part of one of the future releases. So you may have noticed the community services in general went from looking like it was from like the 1890s to a somewhat modern feel and look now.
Given 2012.
Yeah, no, it's still not like super modern, but we're inching closer. So that was kind of phase one of things. Phase two is going to focus on more kind of functionality, and not necessarily like the user interface, but like the actual functionality that exists within the system, and trying to uplift that with like better features and whatnot. And I can tell you that as part of that, we're trying to put in validations that will help reduce data entry errors in the first place. So, for example, a good one is if you have date of birth and then it's a child, it's like a 5-year-old, and you try to put in veteran, it highlights it or it prevents that field from being populated as like a 5-year-old veteran, right? Same with social security number. That's one they're
It's not just purely accepting raw data.
Right, yeah. So that like 0000, right now, you throw that in there, it's picking it up on the APR as a data issue, but there's nothing preventing me from just entering a completely bogus social security number here. So that is something that we are going to put some more validation features in place to help prevent those anomalies that may occur in data entry. And honestly, I like your idea of not necessarily just like preventing it from happening, maybe, although I'm sure there's certain scenarios where that would be beneficial, but rather like kind of flag it. So you're like, this shouldn't be, you know?
That would be great to send. One of the things I like the new format for HMIS system. It's aesthetically more pleasing, but for me, where I'm getting older, my eyes are getting older too. It's a little bit more challenging for me to see the font. The font has come in smaller. I do increase my browser, and I know that a lot of the fonts are softer, but it's a little bit more difficult for me to read. I'm just to be very honest.
Yeah, you gotta get right up in there.
Even if I do that, right? Even if I do that, it's fine. But then I'm limited on how much I can see in one view. So
yeah,
it's just if we could just flag those on those specific reports, the COC APR, the ESG caper, and maybe the past, that would just be, it would be really great. Then I could catch things easier and before they go upstream and somebody else catches them. So.
Nope. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like that idea. Yeah. All right. So okay. Gary's destination field's not doing this thing. That's weird. All right. All right,
I think
next
that's
question.
it for my list for you. That's it. I think that's it for now. Think everybody might have been here for the other discussion we had about end dating, HUD data things. But yeah, it'd be great to have that extra training online. That should be about it for me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Katrina.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Luckily, all those last requests were all like engineering.
Yeah, someday I'll get the keys to the.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I do not know what I'm doing with the coding of things yet, so that day will wait. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, how hard can just designing a system be?
Come on. I mean, we do it with reports.
Yeah, it's a little different, but
how hard, right? Yeah. Let's see, where we.
What other questions do we have? How are you guys feeling? I know we covered almost nothing on actual emergency shelter.
That's okay.
But
My question was just the differences between the different types of entries and exits.
yeah, so I think the main thing to kind of take away, the workflow is going to be the same. But with emergency shelters and transitional housing projects, you're not going to touch the housing move-in date at all. So you're not going to touch like current living situation. So those are fields that they don't need to worry about. Thank you. And so, yeah, especially that housing move-in day, I think that's one where some providers may see it and they're like, oh, if I know the client's being moved into housing, I should put that in. But that field is definitely reserved for your permanent housing provider. So PSH, OPH, and rapid rehousing. So they're the only ones that should be touching that.
Was it housing move-in date and then current?
Yeah, current living situation. So there's let me see, I start off with Christina. She was one of the ones on the training, and nope, that's not gonna work.
And then my other question was just what, like if there were differences in like in reporting or referrals.
I'm sorry, one more time, I just spaced out.
No, it's just going into the different, like if there were differences in the entry and exit, and then also the reporting and referral. Well, I guess you wouldn't really referral for emergency housing.
No.
Okay.
Are you saying like refer to like a shelter or whatever? Not typically. I mean, could it be done? Yes. Is it something that typically gets done? No.
Okay.
At least not from the time I've been here. I haven't seen it.
So here's one other thing, not to sidetrack this again, but do a lot of you guys have a lot of these ZZZ inactives that show up in your list?
That is gonna be based on their EDA.
Yeah.
If they have, so.
Children provided.
I send out, so remember I told you about empowering the agency admins, when they have a new user, depending on the size of their agency and their programs, I give the agency admin that task to assign the programs to their end user. Some agency admins will just do like the whole children's only, and then some of them will do just the individual projects.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's kind of a setup situation where I always hate seeing it.
Shadowing Christina right now?
Yeah. Or no, Vicky.
Oh, Vicky.
CHS.
So, but well, for Vicky, because she might be doing things as an agency admin to where she might need historical.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I usually only the agency admins will have this level of access. Everyone else who we assign the EDA groups to definitely doesn't see all of it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I typically, like, if the agency admin doesn't get a chance to provide the end user with whatever, then I will kind of go in and I'll probably just give them a generic, like just based on what I see available.
Okay.
But no, yeah, I say typically for the agency admins, it's either for them to have full access to their historical programs.
Yep, that makes sense.
And then, yeah, now, that's why I said, but also, however, some of the smaller agencies where they only have so many people within the system, they kind of just have that finer understanding to where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna train you even deeper. So if you do have this kind of setup, you at least know what you're looking at and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the mid pins, and I want to say like what the Nation's Finest, there's only 2 people, but they're both agency admins, just due to like the nature of like what goes on there. So
okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, if it works, you guys. Let's go.
But yes, I do want to mention one thing because I am prepping for my LSA. I do have a few funding stream errors. So let's make sure that we are identifying our programs that are no longer active. And if your programs are active, we need to update that funding stream. I know that had nothing to do with this moment of emergency shelters and workflow and reporting, but just seeing that whole inactive thing, just kind of made me think of it. So
that's right. When you said that, it actually triggered another thing. It's like
it's not triggered.
If you operate rapid housing, send Oliver if you provide rental assistance or if it's case management only.
Yeah.
But that's something you'll follow up with.
Yeah.
Them anyway.
I mean, actually, you know what? I think we should segue into making sure that your emergency shelter projects are set up properly. If it is gonna be the entry, like, what is it, night by night?
Yeah, so
go ahead.
There's 2 different types of emergency shelters that can exist in a community in HUD's eyes, right? You have like an entry exit based emergency shelter, and you have a night by night emergency shelter. And a good rule of thumb, and kind of how I think of them, is with your entry exit based emergency shelters, a client goes in, there's typically some sort of case management aspect that goes along with it. So it's not just a service. It's not just a bed that they're sleeping in for the night, but it's actually like a project that they're enrolling in. And typically with emergency or entry exit emergency shelters, the client may stay for a period of time. Whereas your night by night, I always think of it as like a service, the client gets entered into the project and then they're staying a night. It's like a service. You're there for the night. Huh?
Going back to shelter point.
Going back to shelter point. Yeah. And there's actually a different workflow because night by night, not to spoiler alert for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But night by nights actually operate a lot more like street outreach.
Right.
Whereas like street outreach, you're enrolled, right? And you may not see that client every single day, but the client, your case managers are contacting them frequently, but it's not every single day. Night by night's kind of the same. So they're enrolled, and then you have the clients that are being tracked through shelter point. So it's tracking those bed nights. But if the client's not there for a couple nights, they still stay, they still keep that enrollment. And then they'll come back in maybe a few nights later into the shelter. And if they're not there for a while, then you go back to the last time they were there and exit them out. And that's going to be defined by whatever the community definition. Usually it's like 90 days, but so kind of similar to street outreach, right?
Yeah.
If you're contacting a client and those contacts become less frequent, and then you haven't had contact with a client in over 90 days, you're going to go back and you're going to exit them out of your street outreach program. So very similar kind of workflows, right? Night by night and street outreach. And that's also why they're grouped together tomorrow, is because they are very similar. But yeah, to get back to what we're talking about today, the entry exit, it's more of a program. So you're going in, you're typically talking to somebody, and trying to help the client get connected to resources and whatnot. So there's that component of case management that goes with it, rather than just here's a bed for the night. Good luck. I did want to check So you're still gonna have the translation assistance and all of the other stuff. It's actually the same form that you filled out before. Oscar the Grouch doesn't have any information, Denise. So we're gonna have to fill this out. This client that Denise has just been begging me to use all week.
And technically, this is the second or third one I deleted. My official one, he was a good boy. He had everything filled out.
And actually, technically, Denise is doing right because she knows that we don't do data entry.
Fair, that's fair.
Gotta have the teams back.
It makes for good trainings to watch me fill out intake forms in complete silence.
I say it all the time. I say, hey, for as much as I tell you guys how to do it, ignore me when I'm flying through things. I'm not going to do it by the best practice. But once you have that error, I can assure you how you got there.
And it looks like for this particular program, there is another assessment. So this is a method that I know is pretty common amongst different providers where, and if anybody's ever done an entry into cars, you know this, that multiple assessments can be available as part of an intake. And so in this case, you have your standard profile, universal data elements, but then they also have this little CDMB bed check-in. So this
is specific for emergency shelter?
That's a really good, I'm so glad you brought that up. So this is a custom workflow that we created originally with for the PRK Project Room Key, sorry. I'm like, yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You know what PRK means, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So PRK, which was Project Room Key, it was a hotel motel, like a temporary emergency shelter. And we still needed to keep track of the beds, right? And so for that workflow, we decided that it would be easier for the case managers to track the, and at the time it was actually room numbers. Because clients were moved, they would stay at the same hotel, but they would probably relocate to a different room. But they would be in one they wanted to track the that program entry record to be consistent. So instead of them entering, exiting, we came up with this assessment, which also has a custom report based off of this. So it's as simple as just getting the location and then you enter the room number and then you're done.
Okay.
So.
And then every time they change rooms, just interim update.
That's it.
Okay.
Way smoother, way easier, a lot less clicks in comparison to Shelter Point. Because you would have had to go into the service transaction. You just would have had to do a few more things that unless it's your daily like data entry routine, I don't want to say that it can be like challenging, but it's just a few more steps. And to me, I'm trying to make the workflow as easy as possible, especially for the end user that doesn't touch the system on a regular basis. And within Shelter Point, clients were not able to, you weren't able to have more than one client in the same bed. So sometimes you have a family, right? And you might have two children sharing one bed, but at Shelter Point, you would now have to say that, okay, maybe there was only 2 beds, but in Shelter Point, we're tracking it as 3. And then that's not the case. So even when we report out, we're still reporting inaccurately, I guess. So to me, this was a better alternative. I think I still have to figure out something I'm starting to think that I might be missing something somewhere else though. I haven't seen it yet in my LSA flags. But this has just been easier to stay on top of like the bed inventory on the standards information side. And then for them to just keep up with their case management, doing their interims, if clients moving into a different unit, bed, whatever have you. So taking that PRK workflow, we've been able to implement it into emergency shelters or agencies that have like, that was using Shelter Point. And they have like, you know, multiple bed or site locations, things of that nature. So we pretty much just copied that. I think that answered your question.
So some of the other emergency shelters do have a similar assessment that they're filling in, or?
That's why I said yes and no.
Yes and no.
So that's why I said I do have some work that I need to catch up on. As soon as I start saying all this, I was like, oh, great.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry.
No,
Okay,
it was
clarify.
it was already in my head.
Yeah, I'd say that's your main differences.
So community homeless solutions, like their emergency shelter programs all have it. I'll need to incorporate it into BACS. Quick question, someone from BACS that's here. How do you guys keep track of your bed inventory? Do you have like an internal system? Christina, if you're available, or I can, Vicky, are you there? Thanks.
Yes.
Do you guys have a emergency shelter, right, as well?
Yeah, well, Casa de Noche Buena is the more residential one, and then Safe Place is night by night. If you're looking for like the one where they do
I was looking for, it was Safe Place, not Safe Passage.
Yeah, Safe Passage.
I was like, it's not Safe Passage, it's transitional. Yeah, I was like, you guys do it.
Safe Place is night by night. Casa de Noche Buena, this one 3657. That one is not night by night. That one is like a residential emergency shelter.
Question: how are you? Transparency moment. How are you guys tracking? Are you guys using Shelter Point for Safe Place?
For Safe Place, yes, we use Shelter Point.
Okay. And you haven't had any. I haven't received any like emails from you guys requesting support. So I've been assuming you guys are like trained well on this workflow.
Yeah, because for Safe Place, for like Safe Passage and Casa de Noche Buena, I don't believe, and I could be wrong, but if you pull up Casa de Noche Buena, we'll find out right now. Yeah, see, I don't believe Casa de Noche Buena and Safe Passage are in the practice of using Shelter Point. We use it for Safe Place because it allows us to do that daily check-in and check-out. We use this on a daily basis for Safe Place, our night-by-night shelter.
And that's why usually the people that are doing it on the daily, they're trained very well. They understand all the steps. So for the other two programs that are not using it, would you like to see like that quick PRK or the community homeless solutions workflow?
Yeah, that would be great because we've discussed wanting to implement, especially since we're gearing up to open Schumann Heart House, another single women and families with children shelter that's going to be on HMIS. So there's been discussion of wanting to use this function for that too.
Okay. Do you mind being my navigator?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or I'm sorry, my driver. 35.95.
What's the name of a person that we would want to?
Regina Williams, sorry.
Regina.
Good old Regina. I haven't seen Regina this whole week. No. She's my other rock star. I mean, all you guys are like my rock stars, but you know, some of you just shine brighter than others at times, which is okay. I wanna say it's either 35.95 or 36.98.
Do you know what's the name? See,
36.98 is their rapid rehousing, 35.95 is their navigation center. Oh, look at that.
35.95.
Work with them a lot.
And that's the one that is.
Because they're,
Okay.
yeah,
It's HUD.
yes. So the cool thing is, you guys already did your assessment, boom, boom, boom. And now when you go into the your second assessment, it will just have the so the site location. So now if you have multiple projects, so the theory and logic behind this is you're gonna match your site location to the program that you're selecting. That's first. So if you notice that Chinatown Navigation Center is the program, so then we should be selecting for site Chinatown Navigation Center. And then from here, you would enter if it's now the room/unit number to the bed number, that is still gonna be like your internal agencies like process on how you identify identify how many beds do you have? If it's 5 beds, are you guys using 001? Or are you just doing like 1 through 5? You're gonna wanna be consistent with the way that you're filling it out. Because it's not like a pick list.
Okay, so this doesn't necessarily have to directly correlate or line up with like in Shelter Point when it says female bed 1 or family bed 1. This is our own internal, how we number or designate.
Yes, and I think I think the more that that's understood, it becomes a better tool for you guys on your end, because whatever your internal process is for keeping things organized, you just have to be consistent with it. Because when you go on the reporting side of things, as long as all these fields are completed, like with anything else, you'll see it in the report. And so now in the event that you do have a family to where, let's say, they're in room 103 and they're in bed number 3. Well, for one, like I said, you can add more than one client into the same bed if that's the real life scenario.
Like a whole household assigned the same. Okay.
Yeah, so like I would say that if I'm just gonna use like a room. So let's say room 103 only has 3 beds for whatever reason. You could say, okay, room 103, we know that bed count never exceeds 3 based on our internal tracking system. Because you're gonna apply your internal tracking system to how you're recording the data, right? So if room 103 only has 3 beds, that bed count or that bed number should never exceed 3. That's gonna be like rule number 1. But number 2, like I said, if you needed to put more than one client in that bed, you now have that capability.
Okay.
So now, if in the event you have clients that are going to relocate to a different room or unit, and again, room/unit is going to be like, that's up to you and your agency how you guys want to utilize that. If you want me to give it a different label, it's completely like we're customizing it at this point. Excuse me, but we also just want to make sure what we're doing on the front end, we understand on the back end of the report. So now if it's Main Street, right, you just want to be consistent with your labels. So now after you save and exit, if you needed to switch that client's bed, you would just do an interim update. And then you would simply just go into the assessment and
change the number, simple as that. So you don't even have to go into service transactions, you're not doing all that extra stuff. Or I guess you're not going in the shelter point, right? Because technically you could get to it through the service transactions tab.
You can, but.
So that's why it's kind of like,
It's a little tricky.
yeah. And maybe that's just me just kind of knowing like, oh, there's another way in there. So now, after you save and exit that, the original record set of that 103 bed 3 will still exist in the start on the entry assessment. But on the interim, you're gonna see, what was it, room 102? Room 105 bed 2.
Yeah. And
Okay.
it's, you got that history.
And you'll have that
going on.
history there.
So you'd be able to see it from there, but yeah, you could go into the project start date. And if you look at this one, it's gonna display the information displayed at the time of
At the
project
time.
start, which is, all right, this is kind of weird one because it's the same day. that
Oh,
we-
yeah,
that we
exactly.
did this.
So, but nonetheless, when we get to the report,
Yeah.
on the reporting side of things, do you want to pull up?
Yes.
I have a question about how this will translate on reports if we do like say for reporting bed nights, because something that we changed on for Safe Place, our night by night shelter, we were doing entry exits. We were checking clients in, and then if they stayed for a week or two at a time, we weren't doing daily check-in and check-out. And so we were finding that then we were doing reports and our bed nights were off. So if we do the same thing here, like since this is now for Safe Place, we do daily check-in and check-out. But for something like this, if it's a 90-day program. So if I check them in to that bed just once and then don't check them out until they leave the program, if I run like a daily unit, is that unique total in the daily unit gonna reflect each day as a bed night, or just that entry exit as one?
You will, if I'm not mistaken, you will miss it due to it not being in shelter point, right?
Yeah, so daily units looking at the shelter
Yeah.
point and seeing who's in what beds in shelter point.
So on the customer report side of things is where we could probably throw that in there for you. And if I'm not mistaken, can you pull up that customer report of?
So even if I did it in shelter point, if I checked them into it and assigned them into a bed and didn't check them out until after the 90 days or however long they stayed, if I did do it in shelter point, it would still, a daily unit report would that still only count as one? Or would it count every single day as a bed night?
It would, so if you didn't check them out until later down the line, it would count every single night as a bed night.
Okay. As long as
because it's gonna look in shelter point, because it's gonna look like they were in that shelter bed every single night.
Okay, thank you.
Folders. Public folders. So it looks like you may have the option to going back to shelter point with another program as well if this doesn't work out for you. Yeah, community homeless solutions. And then community homeless solutions bed inventory. I'm actually still working on this. Well, I'm waiting on Regina to give me more feedback. So just kind of so the effective date and the report end date. How do I explain this? So the effective date is going to be the date that you actually want to look at and look into. If you wanted to see like the most recent, I'm always going to say just, make use today's end date and then make that match with the effective date. That's gonna give you everything of what you're looking at right now. However, if you wanted to look at the initial entry or the bed that they were in when they first enrolled, that effective date, you would want to push back some.
Okay.
Help me re-explain that. Help me re-explain that.
So, but I can still look at this is still going to look at a range of dates, not just that one effective date.
Yeah, it's like, cause I know how effective date works in my head. It's just hard for me to explain it sometimes.
All right, so effective date is used with assessment data. Now, with that, the way that you're tracking the beds in there, that's considered assessment data. So it's going to return whatever value is in there as of this effective date. For the majority of your reporting, a good rule of thumb is the effective date matches the report end date. Because you want to get the most recent data in a client's record, right, as of the end of the report. But yeah, so kind of what Oliver's explaining is if you put today's date, you're going to get the bed list as of today and where people are. Now, if you move it back in time for some reason, it's going to pull. So if we move this back to 9/1, whatever assessment data is in that client's record, meaning whatever the date was. Oh,
I just got hit with the same thing.
Interesting. It's going to, it's going to grab the assessment data as of that time. Yeah, here's kind of a quick.
Yeah, because I want to say what's, I'm pretty confident that they probably changed beds at Community Homeless Solutions. I know with our PRK report, it'll show it, but I don't know if we have any more clients in there.
So here's actually a good example. You guys won't be able to see me pointing, so I'm not going to stand up. But if I run an effective date as of 10/15, it's going to return this value right here because that's what the value was as of 10/15. If I run it as of 10/14, it's going to return this value right here because on 10/12, this was the most recent value. Now this is a little confusing because there's two of them on the same. If I move the effective date all the way back to January, right? It's gonna pull, one of these. So it really kind of depends on when you're doing that. Now, there are some different ways that we can access like the bed at entry versus the most recent and whatnot, but in short,
who's in what room, or I think whatever the value that's assigned to your project is in real time, you need to pick like today's date to be the effective date.
Exactly. Yeah, the effective date as of today. This is going to give you that. And then the report start and end date, although they're also date fields. This is looking at, is the client enrolled in your project and does that enrollment overlap in this time frame right here? And so a lot of times if you're wanting to see who's in the project as of today, you can go through and you can actually just go yesterday and run it for, 10/11, basically.
Okay. Even if I ran it for a wider range, like a quarter for a quarterly report, it would still give me as long as my effective date was the present date, it would give me their current assignment, even if they had changed rooms from the point of the effective date.
Yeah, so this right here, so like if you had multiple programs, you could select all your programs and just see your overall count. And then as you can see, like when they came in, their household type, if it's individual, their entry date, their exit date, the site location pretty much is going to be equivalent to the program, but then your room unit number, again, that's going to be based on how you guys track that internally. So I want to say that they have like trailers and something. So, like trailer 4 is their T4. And then depending on, again, that room and units, tracking method will also be how they classify their bed. So like I said, you want to be as consistent as possible. Because if you only have 50 beds, you wouldn't want to see like number 67 in there, right? You wouldn't want to see like 89, yeah, so it's like, there is a part to where it's you guys are still responsible for your own data, but I think this could potentially make some of the workflows a little bit smoother and easier. Depending on, I guess, depending on how familiar your staff is with Shelter Point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this can always still be modified. There's a lot of room for improvement on this. It was getting the job done for PRK at the time, but they also didn't have like a lot of extensive reporting requirements, I don't think. If you go to the program summary tab,
Program summary,
all clients,
clients.
that will give you a client count, the individual count, the household count, the members in the household, average household size, and then the total household. Then again, it's just gonna break it down for each program, and then the next tab is gonna be your exited. Hey, Chris, got a question?
Okay.
So if you go to the program summary exited clients, so if you have clients that would have exited, so if you throw an older date.
Well, yeah, and so you're looking at like one day, so
Yeah.
who exited, yesterday is
Yeah.
basically what we're looking at here.
Give me a more of a date range.
Yeah, we'll get you what you need. So let's go ahead and we'll go back a couple.
Yeah.
Let's give us.
There we go. Well, yeah. Still no, all right. So this report, either A, probably just needs to be tweaked a little bit, or
Or not is no enter exit household ID. Is the household ID is present when you have household members.
This was your logic, you helped me build.
I would have done it this way.
This is from our PRK. I just copied your logic and knocked it over.
Well, all right, so members in household, so I mean, it makes sense that there's 0 people, because none of these people are in a household, are they?
God, probably not though. Oh, those are all individuals.
If they're all individuals, we can. Yeah, individual, and I bet it keeps going. So, yeah, that would make sense if there's no.
If there's no household dedicated to them.
Households, then there's no members in household.
So as I said, that probably is right, technically.
And same with average household size, like you just don't have any households.
Yeah, it just looks weird sometimes, like, oh, it's working, it doesn't.
Yeah, so. Probably should have, I bet they're like a formatting rule, like a 0 format.
I was just gonna say that, I can add that in there.
But yeah, anyways.
That's what I'm saying, it's so much room for improvement, the more I learn about reporting. But yeah, I actually, so my next challenge with this is trying to get a bed inventory count. That was actually where we were, like, that's where we dropped off on this. Because we were trying to figure out a way to make it either talk to the standards and information. Remember?
Yeah,
And then, so this just kind of got set aside, but at the same time, they haven't given me any like red flags. But I do feel like it needs to be revisited now. Now that I got you out here, not right now, maybe like tomorrow when we have a lighter day. But yeah, that's pretty much the report. And then Grant had a workflow for this because he was an Excel guy. So he just needed to get this into your Excel workflow or view.
Yeah, it looks similar to
the Grant approach.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I guess that's where the site location, room unit, bed number. But that's where this stuff is going
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
It's capture custom information, report out custom information.
And then that summary count should be, and again, we could even make the summary like match whatever reports you guys need to fill out. Or mimic that. If possible.
Yeah, there's definitely, there's so much possibility within business objects. If you guys are looking at something that you need like hard data, like this, we can do with notes, case notes, exit destinations. If you're looking for something more visual, or maybe you don't need to know the specifics and which client is going into which bed, but you just want to have like a pie chart of the breakdown of the different site locations, or the breakdown of the different like rooms or occupancy percentages or something to that effect. More of just kind of summary what's going on without getting into the weeds with things. That's also something that we can definitely investigate doing.
Yeah.
So, all right. That's yeah, I guess that's that.
I mean, like I said, there's definitely gonna be some things that are missing from, compared to like what you were getting from your shelter point reports in live time. But at the same time, it was kind of hard to keep up with the Hick and Pitt errors and LSA errors.
Well, yeah, because and I completely understand the logic. So what happens with shelter point is you're checking somebody into a bed, which it's creating data associated with this shelter bed.
Yes.
But you also need an entry exit. So we would enable a feature that when you check somebody into this bed, it creates an entry. When you check them out, it creates an exit. The next time when they come in, you check them back in, it creates an entry. Because this entry exit is what is required, right? For reporting out onto LSA. If you're running like an APR on your emergency shelter, like you have to have this entry exit. It's not looking just at shelter stays. So then you get this kind of conflict between, well, what if the entry exit doesn't match the bed nights and everything?
Because
and it kind of becomes its own beast.
Because sometimes you would see a client was exited from the program, but not from the shelter.
Yeah, because the entry occurs through shelter point, interims are being completed through the entry exit tab, and then instead of going back through the shelter to exit them, they just decide to grab the exit date here. And so then the client's still enrolled in the shelter, and it creates issues, lots of issues.
And then when it just exists, I'm like, well, I can't do all this.
And so we did try to create some logic to where you can't like delete an entry exit without deleting the shelter stay as well and whatnot. So there were some like kind of checks in place, but end users still get around them.
And then there was just duplicate entries at that point.
Yeah, and then you get duplicate entries because some people would go into shelter point, create it automatically creates an entry here. Then they would come and add another entry for the same enrollment. And it became kind of a nightmare to manage. So I understand moving the entry exit based emergency shelters away from that and just going to this because you need it anyway.
Yeah.
Creating it through shelter point is going to essentially do the same thing, but it's one less area that you have to worry about maintaining, and you can just focus in on your project start date, your project exit end date, and completing updates and making sure all the data is filled in here. The one thing that we lost though is the ability to specify a bed.
Right.
And that's what Oliver has kind of built back in with that one assessment. So thus this right here.
And trying to figure out how to get it as close to live as possible, or as, when I say live, meaning as long as you guys are doing everything you're supposed to be doing on your end, the report's going to do what it needs to do on its end, but also looking at the standards information, if possible, and looking at that bed inventory. I don't know if we're ever gonna figure that one out. That logic of just,
Yeah, sure. It's tough because we're looking at multiple like locations in the database where it's capped.
yeah. Cause I was trying to get them like a utilization, I guess.
Yeah,
That, I was trying to get you as close to a live utilization rate, since we weren't gonna have that, if we're not using shelter points. So I feel like I'll figure out something I feel like we're gonna get really close. I just have to like be annoying with Tyler and just say, hey, this is all I wanna think about for the next 2 weeks. Or see if another community figured it out before us.
yeah. Yeah,
If
I'm
possible.
sure.
Yeah.
Sure somebody out there has.
But yeah, I don't know if do you guys have any other like custom report questions or needs?
I have another bed night question and reporting.
Let's talk
Something
about it.
that if we do on Shelter Point, if I check in a household under the same check-in, it's still going to record each one of them as occupying a bed. Because when you let's take, and this is I'm thinking with Safe Place. At Safe Place, we don't serve families, but sometimes we serve couples without children. So when we check in one person, they're in a household together at HMIS, it prompts, you want to check this other person in too.
Yes.
So if we do that, will we still have accurate bed nights?
Yeah, so it's what it will do. So if you're checking them into like bed one, but you're actually checking 2 people in here.
Yeah, we put someone in and they have a partner in their household and it says, you want to check them in? Yes, they were here too. Let's check them in. We have gotten out of the habit of doing that only because we were worried that it wasn't going to provide accurate bed nights come reporting time later.
Oh, I see. So when you're running the thing, because it's going to count them in a bed, essentially, that other person. And so for like occupancy wise off like this particular count, it's going to like, if you put them into another bed here, so that's one option is, client A goes into bed 1 and then the spouse or the partner or whatnot, goes into bed 2. And it is filling up those beds and thus the utilization. Another workflow is putting the head of household into bed 1, and then the other people go into this overflow. And this overflow is an infinite overflow. So as soon as you add somebody else, you get another overflow and so on.
Okay.
As far as like, if you're looking at, when we say like utilization, like the check unit availability, when you're looking at this, it's looking at these 12 beds. So if people are in overflow, it's not filling up that capacity, but it is filling up the overflow beds. Now when you compare it against your HIC pit, that's a different story because it's still 2 people in here. So if everybody, all 12 people have 2 people households, right? Then you have 24% or 24 people in a 12 unit bed. So it looks like you're, 200% utilization.
Yeah, exactly.
Which it is fine, right? I mean, that's not a terrible thing
because you can provide a narrative.
Yeah, you could say everybody came in with a partner, and so this is what we did, and we actually served twice the amount of people because of that.
So in theory, we should be okay to check in households in Shelter Point together and not have it affect our data quality.
Yeah, I would absolutely say that because you're recording what's actually happening.
Yeah. Okay. And I can't 100% remember what the workflow is off the top of my head, but I think it does prompt you to select what bed that other person is occupying when you enter them.
Yeah, here I could probably.
And I just had an epiphany.
So when you go in here and you check the person over to the right of it, you can actually assign a unit.
Yeah.
And again, this is where you just decide, do you want to put them into an actual bed or do you want to just stick them in overflow?
Okay, so as long as we do that part too.
Yep, yeah, yeah.
And now I did have a quick epiphany. I think what would resolve that utilization factor that we haven't been able to figure out is going back to if your program does have a set number of bids and you know that that's not changing and you know that I know the bids are kind of based on funding, but some programs are kind of like, we are gonna have 50 bids this year, we're gonna have 50 bids next year. Then I have logic to go off of in the report. Because right now with community homeless solutions, I don't think they have a consistent bid count for me to go off of, right? Which is where we were trying to pull in those numbers from somewhere else. But if they do have a set number.
Yeah, and specifically like this is
Yeah.
what we're trying to grab, probably not 2016, but
Yeah.
whatever the most recent one is off of that.
Hey, Vicky,
Strangely enough. Yeah, that is the most recent one because it doesn't look like it's ended.
So yeah, now, hey, Vicky, is that still accurate?
Hang on. What? Safe Passage 2016 inventory start date. Yep.
Okay, so it's still 6 bids, right?
Still at 6.
Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. So now in something like this, we can build like a utilization. We can just use that number at that point, right?
Yeah, so the idea is our report looks at this, grabs, what becomes tricky is when you have like multiple beds here, because then you have to put logic in, say, grab the one that's open as of now. So we're grabbing this number, and then comparing that 6 to the entry exits and who's enrolled during that time frame.
Yeah.
And then that's where you're getting
And the logic behind it was because
utilization.
if we got that logic down, we could have built a generic enough report to where anyone using that workflow would have been able to run the same report instead of building 25 of the same reports, basically.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So that's where that came in at. Now that I'm remembering why we came back to the standards information, however common.
It would be a one-to-one.
Yeah.
You'd have to run it on a per provider basis, otherwise you'd be comparing Vicky's Safe Passage bed to like Homes Permanent Supportive Housing.
Now, however common, in the event that I can't figure it out, but I at least have a somewhat solution, we can still get you that until I crack the bigger code. So just giving you some options.
Yeah, I know, and it sounds like probably the way Oliver and I are talking, like, oh yeah, like custom report and everything. Although reports can be easy at times, no matter how easy the reports take time.
Yeah.
There's certain things that have to be done. There's certain, flows that you have to go through. You can't just like throw out a report. Typically you develop it, then you need to like format it. Then it needs to go through a Q&A process where you're checking to make sure that what you think should be happening is actually happening in the report. And then you typically will release it back to the provider. So for you guys to actually test the report, to make sure that you're not coming up with, different incongruities and anomalies that occur with the data. And then it gets, finally released. So definitely, it's something that can be done, right? But it's not something where it's like, hey, I need this report by Friday.
Yeah, please don't. Yeah.
So
if you have one of those reports, let's see what reports already exist. And if I can just train you on that. But if it's something that you're thinking of for the near future, let's get those submissions in and set up some meetings.
Yeah, the more time, the better. That way there's plenty of time to go through all those steps and validate that the report's working correctly. Then you have this beautiful report that will serve you really well in the future, that you just have to click a couple buttons and it should give you some data that you want.
So we're down to our last 3.
Are we trying to just like
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like attrition at this point.
Oh, yeah.
There's like, who can we force off the call by just
It's like last call.
not talking about emergency shelter?
But no, does anyone else have any other questions, any feedback, anything that you're still not clear on? No?
So funny, a very different vibe. This morning was like, I think a little more training, like structured. This was
Oh, yeah.
Or like chat.
less, yeah, less structured, but
Yeah.
Q&A.
hopefully a lot of good information for you guys. A lot of good questions coming in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I figured today was gonna be a little bit more.
Yeah,
So,
honestly, I like this better format.
me too.
So
Me too, yeah. This was what I was kind of hoping for coordinated entry, but,
yeah, I'll stop sharing.
so. As you all know, I do love to give time back. I just value time more than anything. If there aren't any other questions, we're gonna end today's training and meeting a little early. And tomorrow we will pick back up. Tomorrow's gonna be it's gonna be a lot shorter. We're gonna go over street outreach, night by night, SSO, and homeless prevention.
Look at what they do with this thing.
Chances are. Oh, go ahead, Vicky.
Sorry, Oliver, I have a quick question about tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
I so apologize for not having been able to join you all this week. We are in the midst of finalizing things to open Schumann Hart House.
Oh, no worries.
So I haven't been able to join, but I was really hoping to be able to come in person tomorrow, but I can only do the 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Come on, and even if your question has to do with SSO or HP or PSH or if it has everything to do but with street outreach, ask away anyway. You're one of my favorites.
Well, thank you. I know we've never met in person too, so I'm like,
oh yeah, I guess we haven't. Yeah, come on in.
Yeah, so I really want to come, but I can only make it for that session because I've got some other stuff going on later in the day. But if it's okay, I will come for that session.
Okay, no, that sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Then I will see you guys tomorrow morning.
My pleasure. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye. All right, Christina and Christina. How are you two feeling?
Spelled differently. They both Max.
Christina H and Christina, no, one is
Christina
HRC.
Max. Christina. CHS.
Yeah, one's HRC. Or CHS HRC.
Christina's.
No? Okay, I'm gonna stop this recording.